Jesus.
That's why I have a gavel. I'd like to call the meeting of the Reading. Oh, okay. I would like to call the June 15th, 2022 meeting of the Reading ARPA Subcommittee to order. Do any other boards who are here present have to be called to order before I start in on anything?
None as of yet.
Okay, and I see two of our members, Mr. Grimes and Mr. Quorum, are remote. So I'm just gonna go over briefly what we have going on tonight. It's gonna be a long night, maybe. We have a lot of items, and I've tried to be generous with the time.
I'm sorry, were you guys getting underway?
Yes, Jackie.
Yes, Jackie.
You're muted.
Oh, still?
No,
Still?
looks like we're good.
Nope,
I see.
I hear him.
I can hear everyone.
Okay, maybe Jackie's got a,
Jackie, can you hear me?
Turn up your volume. Can you hear us now?
I think she's muted now.
Tom, do you want to chatter in the Zoom?
Yeah, I'll
so everyone
chatter.
else can hear us?
Okay.
Is she the Jackie out? Because if she's using two, she's gonna make sure.
My experience is press the volume button like a couple times.
Um, Can-
There's two Jackies.
Jeff, can you hear me? But Jeff Quorum, can you hear me? Just wave your arm, thank you. All right, so I'm being heard. Okay, so, but I wanna make sure that our person taking the minutes is on. Is Jackie on?
yeah,
Like she just mentioned, she's on twice.
she says, no, I
possibly.
can't hear at all.
Can
But
you,
she's,
Tell her to log off and log on, maybe?
or, yeah, if one of those is,
There might be
Or
another
that's
Jackie.
with the now? It's unmuted.
I don't know if there's,
So, sorry, those in the audience, we're just,
She does, this Jackie's not connected, so it's gotta be the Jackie Laverde, the host.
Yep.
That's, so.
we're gonna need
Yeah,
her
so
for
we
the
have the-
slides anyway.
so she can't
Technical
hear us.
difficulties.
Working through technical difficulties.
See if
can
there's
you
public
give?
comment.
Alright, sorry, it was a technical thing on my end.
Okay,
Okay.
good, all clear?
All right.
Now.
Thank you, Jackie. Okay, so we will be starting the evening as per usual with public comment, followed by a presentation of the long-awaited ARPA survey results. And anyone in the audience, thank you for responding. We had a good response. We'll follow after that by an update on the Birch Meadow master plan. They had presented a request for ARPA funding a few meetings ago, and so this is a follow-up. Then we have a presentation and discussion by the Conservation Department for some needs, and they're in the agenda and includes Bear Meadow, invasive species, and a Madeira bike rack, a few other things. Then we have something from the Reading Trails Committee, something from the Reading Garden Club. I'm not sure if there's a presentation, there's a letter in the packet, and if they don't present, we will just allot some time to go over what's there. Presentation from the Town Forest Committee, I know that involves some tree and invasive plant removal. Now, then we're getting up to the 9:15 timeframe. Another set of public sector unions representing essential workers, the Reading Teachers Association, the Reading Para Educators Union, and the Reading Administrative Secretaries Union have a request. And they may be speaking as well they wanna go along with any ARPA funds going for essential workers. We have a follow-up discussion and vote for the Soames land a couple of meetings ago, I think it was May 24th. We had a presentation where they had a time-sensitive request for some of their money because it relates to a federal grant, so that shouldn't be too long a discussion, but we wanna allot time for a vote. Then probably the second longest discussion of the evening will be if you have access to the packet, I created a table in the end of all of our the requests we've received so far, including those tonight. And the ARPA committee as a group can go over those and kind of see how they map back to the survey results. And this will probably be the start of our getting into decision mode and deciding how we're gonna set ranking criteria, but first of all, we're just gonna look it all over. Then we have a little time at the end for some small things I put down, because we had this at the last meeting, as a follow-up on senior needs, if there's any additional urgent ways to help senior needs, in particular with food and or food trucks, future agenda items, and minutes. So that potentially could take us to 10:40 p.m. Hopefully it will all be sooner. So I will start the meeting first. Is there anyone here who has any public comments? Okay, Ms. Binda and Jackie, just so I know, is there anyone with their hands up on Zoom for public comment? Nope.
Yes,
Oh,
there's
No
one.
public comment on Zoom, but Jackie McCarthy is, actually, there's someone in
Yeah,
Melissa
Melissa
Pucci with their hand up.
Pucci.
And
Okay.
Jackie McCarthy is on the Zoom as well.
So
Or select board.
Okay, yep, so select board.
Yeah, let me call the select board to order. Thank you.
Okay, so we have one on Zoom and Ms. Binda in person. Ms. Binda, do you wanna? Sure. Oh, and just identify yourself for the record, even though I identified you.
Thank you, Angela Benda, Orchard Park Drive. Marion, thank you for putting that information up. I was able to view it and I saw all of the requests, and you have a lot of difficult decisions to make ahead of you. I did have one question about something the bleachers and the field house. Is that a request that's coming from the school committee, or where did that request come from? So you're just, okay.
We had a page in there that was, in the beginning, our group made some requests, and a lot of them ended up coming in, but for any leftover, that was one of the ones left over, and that's why I even had it separated out, because it was this big item that was on the capital plan, but Mark did make it. And I put a few of his other requests and one of Chris's one with an estimated number of those.
Okay.
That was just as requests that came in, most, you recall at our April 12th meeting.
Okay.
We had the ARPA group put in requests. A lot of them became mooted, like, okay, the schools already have their requests, they don't want
Yep.
more. So that was what that was. I know it's on the capital plan. And
It's on the is that where it came from?
Yes.
From the
Yes.
capital plan? Okay, thank you.
Okay. And Jackie, can you let Melissa Pucci on? Is she still there?
She is.
Hi, Melissa, can you go ahead and unmute?
Hi, thank you, Melissa Pucci. Thank you everyone for your time, for volunteering for this work that you do. I just wanted to I know you're gonna be talking about the survey results tonight. And I just wanted to make a comment that I felt like a lot of the questions in the survey seemed to be questions that could be money spent on budget items. And I just really feel strongly that ARPA funds you really should consider who was really impacted by COVID these past couple of years, specifically underserved populations, individuals with disabilities. So I really would like to advocate for some of the resources to be saved for those individuals. When I look at what's being offered through our recreation department, there are lots of offerings for typically developing children, but I don't really see anything for individuals with disabilities or adults with disabilities. We desperately need to have some adaptive swim lessons for the children in our community. Learning how to swim is a life skill, and adaptive swim is very, very important. And there's, a high risk for children with autism for drowning, and any child really for drowning. So I just really feel that if there's a time in resources available, that's what I'm here to advocate for. So thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Okay, and I've noted that down. Okay, is there any more public comments? Okay, so then I guess we are ready to move on to, go ahead, I'm sorry, Chris.
Sorry, Mary. Could I just ask her a follow-up question? Melissa, I don't know if you're gone or what.
Still
Do,
I'm here.
is there a difference between pricing for adaptive swimming and normal swimming lessons, like a major disparity, like one would be 100 and the other one's 1,000, or like?
Yes, there is. So for some of the adaptive swim programs, it's $65 an hour. And you need some specialized instructors to understand how to work with behaviors or working with individuals with disabilities. in terms of communication and adaptive skills. So there is a big difference. It's often not accessible for families, and it's hard to find, to be honest with you. There's a lot of wait lists. So thank you for asking.
Thank you.
Melissa, can I ask you something as another follow-up? So does Reading Rec currently offer swim lessons, or are they only through the Y? Is this something that the town does offer, or do we offload it?
The town does not offer it, to my understanding. I believe that the YMCA might I'm really not sure what the YMCA, if they contract with Angelfish, or they do have some adaptive swim lessons there, but they are, from what I hear from parents, very, very hard to get into because there's long wait lists.
So there could be a need for more of that. Okay.
Exactly.
Thank you. That was my only question. Anyone else? Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead, Jenna. Yes, go ahead.
Should I stand up at the podium?
Yeah.
Okay.
Melissa, please stay on. Someone from our rec is gonna address this issue as well.
Yeah, so I'm Jenna Fiorenti. I'm the Director of Community Services now / Recreation Administrator until my position's filled. And I just want everyone to know, and I'm sure most of you do know that are active on the school committee, that myself, Jen Stice, the Director of Equity and Inclusion, several other members of CPAC and Fidel and the superintendent have all been having several meetings within the past maybe 4 or 5 months to get better at offering more adaptive and inclusive programming. And we are ready and willing to add more of these offerings. I even spoke with Carl McFadden this week. He's running a community education program in pickleball in Woodend this winter. And I said, hey, can you offer an adaptive pickleball program specifically to children or adults? And he said that he's more than willing to look into that for the fall. So we are actively trying to do better, and we realize that that is something that we need to do better at. And we're all really making a team effort across the town to create more adaptive programming opportunities.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else?
No hands.
Okay, so I think, Jane, we're ready to move on to the ARPA survey results.
Great, nice to see everybody this evening. Let me share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I asked, sorry, my dog's barking. I asked Fidel to give you a paper copy in case you want to take notes as you go along. We have about 13 slides here that is substantive, and I'll move through them fairly quickly, and we'll have time for questions in the end. So purpose and need, your committee, as you know, requested a community survey to ascertain public opinion on how to spend ARPA dollars. Utilizing other community examples and committee feedback, we constructed a simple 5-question survey on SurveyMonkey. It opened on May 18 and closed this morning. We've been awarded $7.6 million ARPA funds. Our survey offered 2 web links and 1 email link that went out through different channels for digital distribution, and paper copies were placed at the library, the Pleasant Street Center, and town hall. We received 1,162 responses, which I think is a healthy response, and that is on par with other surveys that we've done in town. So first, we're going to look at the aggregate numbers. This is for all the groups. In order that we received for the strengths, the top 5 are convenient location, quality of schools, physical safety and security, local recreation and culture, and sense of community and inclusion. Those are the top 5. You can see almost 71% convenient location. On this particular question, we did not limit people to how many they could check as many as they want. And so these numbers stick as we go through the different age classes. So it's pretty much the same distribution across all the different age segments. So aggregate areas of improvement or investment, quality of schools. Town buildings and infrastructure came in second. with 36%. Local recreation and culture, a close third at 35%. Improve commercial development opportunities in commercial and industrial districts, 32. And let's see, 31% range and cost of available housing is 5th. I want to pick out number 9, senior services and senior center. It seems low here. We're going to talk about that result in a little bit. Sample projects aggregate. So this is based on a weighted average. We asked folks to rank their responses, and there are, I think 14 here, and so people were asked to put them in order. So the top one was expanding educational programming, right here. Tied for second effectively were improve or add to town-owned conservation land, town forest, and green space. This one here. And then water, sewer, and flood control infrastructure came in just behind it, but on the weighted average, they effectively tied for second. And then here are the next 4 options. They effectively tied for third, but in order. Improve or augment recreation facilities, that's this one. Improve town buildings and infrastructure, that's this one up here. Support essential workers is down here, and roadway infrastructure. You can see coming in after that, augmenting senior programming 6, economic development and supporting local businesses. Came in down here at 6. And then miscellaneous community and miscellaneous non-infrastructure came in 3rd and 4th. So that's how the weighted averages played out across all groups. Community role. Residents, overwhelmingly the number of folks that took this. We did not limit folks. So if you were a resident and a business owner, you could check that you were, an employee, a business owner, a resident. You were allowed to respond as your different roles indicated. I think I have more, since we closed the survey this morning, you'll see that I made these slides a couple of days ago, screenshots from the survey. So nothing substantive changed, but I haven't correlated how many residents that are also employees, so forth, answered that way. But it's a good turnout. So this is important. This is the age distribution for the responses. The overwhelming participating segment is 40-year-olds, 40 to 49. Next was 50 to 59. With 284, this has been updated again since Monday. So 284 is this number here. For 30 to 39, it's 215. For 60 to 69, it's 97 responses. 70 to 79 is 46. Prefer not to answer is 38. 18 to 29, we only had 27 folks. 80 to 89, we had 3. And with 90, we only had 1. In most of my following analysis, I don't include the 90-year-old response because there are only a couple of things that individual answered everything on. So key takeaways. First, I want to start with housing. Housing received the lowest score as a community strength across every group. In our 18 to 29 age segment, it was the #1 area of improvement on question 2 with 59%. And so I'm interpreting that as an urgency or a strong message, even though it's a small group of people that are responding to us. It's the only group that had this is their top area of improvement. Only the 40-year-old segment did not indicate housing as a top 5 improvement area in question 2. All the other groups identified it as an improvement area by 33 to 44% of their respondents. So I think that's significant when we're talking about housing opportunity, available housing and affordability. The message here is that available housing isn't necessarily affordable, and it's impacting most of our age groups. Folks see it as a concern. The importance of the issue, however, is skewed in the aggregate result due to the participation of the 40 to 49-year-old segment across the survey. Recreation. Recreation came up consistently 4th or 5th as a strength. It was a top 5 for all segments as an area of improvement or investment. It is higher among the younger age sets, with the exception of 18 to 29. So for 30-year-olds, the 30-year-old group, it's the second. It was a second choice. For 40s and 50s, it was a third choice. For 18 to 24, it was more in the 4th. And for 60-year-olds, it was in the 5th. For 70, 80, and the 90-year-old segment, it did not make the top 5. On question 3, where we asked folks to rank their answers, the 30s, 40s, and 50s all identified improving and augmenting recreational facilities as the top priority. So when considering this with the popularity of improving or adding to town-owned conservation land, town forests, parks, and green spaces, we can see a strong desire across the community for outdoor recreation and programming. Senior services. This doesn't appear as an area of improvement for question 2 for the following segments: 18 to 29, the 30s, the 40s, and the 50s. However, it's a top area of improvement for our 60s and 70-year-olds, and second for our 80-year-olds across those segments. For question 3 with ranking, it was tied 3rd with supporting essential workers, improving town buildings, and recreation facilities for our 50-year-old segment. So the 50-year-old, 50s to 59, did not identify it as an area of improvement. They had other priorities across that age group, but it did come up in their ranking as tied very high, tied for 3rd. So in our segments for 60s, 70s, and 80-year-olds, it was the top choice or tied for 1st. And so that's really important to keep in mind. And it's clear that our top 4 segments across the survey are telling us it's a priority for them that the town invest in senior services. It's become even more evident when thinking about the popularity across the survey of improvements to town buildings. And we can see that despite the 40 segment skewing results lower in the aggregate. And that's why I wanted to pull particularly this section out, because on the aggregate, this is a 9. But in these segments, it's a very high priority. Town buildings and infrastructure received strong support. Every single age group identified town buildings and infrastructure as an area of improvement. All groups, with the exception of the 60s and 70-year-olds, ranked improved town buildings and facilities highly, so in their top 5. Water, sewer, and flood infrastructure was also ranked very highly in every age category, and it was exceeded only by 2 other items: improving conservation land and educational opportunities. Supporting essential workers. This, on the aggregate, showed up as the 6th priority, but it only ranked high in 3 age segments. 18 to 29, it was 5th. In the 30s, it was actually 6th, and in the 50s, it was 4th. So while there's strong support for our essential workers, respondents to the survey tended to rank educational programming, conservation and green spaces, recreational facilities, and various infrastructure projects higher. Schools and education. So the strengths that we saw in the aggregate hold true across all segments. It's identified as its top strength, usually second after convenient location in every single segment. For question 2, schools were identified as an area of top improvement or investment in all segments except the 80-year-olds. And it was at the top choice for those in their 30s, 40s, and 50s. For question 3, expanding educational programming was ranked highly across every segment, and it was 1st for 18 to 29-year-olds, 30-year-olds, 40-year-olds, and 50-year-olds. It was their number 1 ranking. So what we understand is that Reading residents of all ages support the schools. This is nothing new, and see them as an asset worth protecting and investing in, not just as town buildings, but also the educational programming within them. So those are the key takeaways for now, and I bring you to questions.
Okay, well, I'll start with the board. Mr. Wise, you had some questions? Yep.
Yeah, Jane, would you mind going back to the recreation slide? I just wanted to clarify my understanding of something there. That 3rd bullet, the higher among young, is that speaking of the strength or the improvement for investment?
This is for improvement for investing. This is improvement, investing, it's question 2.
Okay. And sort of an interesting.
Actually, hold on a second, let me just double check that. I have all my notes in front of me.
I guess it says consistently 4th or 5th and everything, so it must be 2nd or 3rd. Well, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's not in the 18-20, in the 30 to 30-year-old set. Yeah, that's question 2. Question 3 is here, down here, top, improving, augmenting recreational facilities are top priorities. 30s, 40s, and 50s is question 3. So this is improving, an area of improvement or investment that folks are identifying.
Okay.
Okay.
And can we, I don't know what slides it was in. It was in 2 different slides, I think. One was senior services and one was school or in town, I mean, not school buildings, but town buildings and infrastructure. It seems interesting to me, and I'm curious if the data actually shows this, but it seems to say that the seniors are asking for services, not building improvements. Am I over extrapolating based upon what
So, yeah, no, I think there's 2 pieces to it. So seniors, hold on, let's take a look here. So I've got some filters here. So we can put on the 80, the 70, the 60-year-olds. Okay. Now, hold on.
If you're meaning to share those filters, we can only see your presentation.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the filters. Hold on a second. All right, well, I'll send you all the data and we'll post it to the website. But our seniors in those groups, so they all support the town buildings, okay? Every single age group identified town buildings as an area of improvement. Our seniors in particular are also looking at senior services. So it's interesting that they're telling us that both of those are priorities. So do we want to extract anything there? Potentially. The survey doesn't really allow us to necessarily correlate those, but it's important to keep that in mind. But the senior services, the question for senior services under question 2 is senior services and senior center is the question.
Okay.
And then the question under the language under question 3 is augment senior programming, renovation, or construct new senior center.
Okay.
Does that clarify for you?
Yeah, so that basically puts that as a separate category from the rest of the infrastructure, right? So that pretty much clarifies that 100%.
Yes, yeah, it is. It's not, we can segment that out, the senior center and senior programming, but those are lumped together versus senior programming and senior center. Those are not 2 separate questions.
Gotcha. And then I have a joking comment. The school should ask for more money, apparently, according to this presentation.
They said they would. Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Just quick comment just for us thinking about it. We purposefully didn't create kind of a sample that represented the community. We put it out and hoped we'd get as many responses as we could. And so that worked out great. If you look at kind of who responded and how, I was looking kind of at the kind of initial aspects of it and the breakdown by age. The 60 plus folks, so 60 and higher. Sorry, I'm struggling to find my page. 147 roughly out of 1111, so it's about 13%. Just as so that's a little bit less than half of its representation in the community.
I literally, look at my notes here, I literally wrote exact same thing, so we're thinking, you took my question, but I wrote the exact, it jumped out.
Yeah,
like-
and I think, possibly what went on also is that the pushing out through school-oriented social media emails and things, looks like it was pretty effective in terms of getting responses. And that I think probably was less so with the community of 60 plus. Just an observation, not really.
I think that's true. I think that's true.
Can I follow up though, Jane? I think what I was learning before the survey came out was just our response rate coming in. The schools actually didn't send their promotion until Friday, and by Friday we had, I think, did we have 1,000 responses before Friday? I thought we had a pretty good.
We
respond?
were close. I think we were close
So I don't know that
on Friday.
that push, because one of the questions I want to ask, and this may be an embarrassment to the paper surveys, but how many surveys were paper that came in ultimately?
8.
Okay. So, and I think that that's a lesson that I don't know that maybe the way we put out paper surveys for future people who want to do surveys. The other question I had, and maybe this doesn't affect anything, were there a lot of open response questions, like maybe it wasn't the majority thing, but were there, well, maybe we can see that data at some later time, but if there was anything that was a common thread in open responses, if you read all of the I don't know how many there would have been. Oh, I see.
I've read through most of them. There's not tons of them. And so this might give you a sense. So this is the strengths, and you can kind of do it as a word cloud. Not a lot here.
Oh, I see. That's interesting to see. Yeah,
And you can also do it as a
library.
list view.
Okay,
So
I
you
like
get a
the word
sense of
cloud though
numbers.
for this presentation, when everyone's looking at it from a distance, because we can't read that.
Oh, you can. So this is the list view. It says town, the words that are coming up in the word cloud. Here's the responses are written out. You'll get a copy of all of this. You can see all the comments.
But that word cloud thing you showed, can you put that back up with like the common words that, like that's just some, yeah, that's something I think we can all kind of see, okay, yep, those are the words that people were mentioning.
Well, here, does it get any better if I do this?
Yeah, and like,
Much better.
and so is that the strengths or the areas to improve?
This is other. This is the responses to other. Oh, I'm sorry. In question 1.
So that was a
That's
strength.
I'll take you right through. We'll go right through. Here's question 2, areas of improvement, and here's their other.
So,
And I'll give you the word cloud.
so look,
And so-
very specific, lacrosse wall.
We got lacrosse support
That's
all
kind of
at
funny.
once from lacrosse.
This
Whoever-
parking
Okay,
over there in the
who had the
right.
lacrosse team responding? Okay.
Things are going
The
well.
next survey we have, we're gonna call you. They did a great job. So there's a lot
This is
of
good.
lacrosse.
Well, that must explain the 10 students.
That's why it's gonna be part of the Birch Meadow plan, huh?
I see.
There you go.
Reading
I can,
lacrosse
and the
doesn't get
lacrosse
a.
wall, they're feeling very strongly about that. I also see dog parking here, and that comes up in a couple places, sidewalks. So then down here, question 3, with the ranking, there's no other response in that area, but here we have some of the analysis. Your role in the community, we have responses here, and some of, some volunteers, former teachers, so there's some interesting stuff, and there's some longer responses too, which are great. And it's nice for survey making because you can see the comments, and then you can look at all of their answers across the whole survey. And then that's it. So just those 3 sections have answers, and the word cloud here says things like funding, parent support, schools, residents, teacher town, lacrosse. Great job, lacrosse. So yeah. So that's so this is what I'm playing with a little bit, and I delete. There's the filters we were talking about. So if I want to apply this filter, it tells me what everybody in the 60 to 69-year-old category
Oh, I see.
where they came out, and so I looked at some of this stuff, and rather than screenshot each one of these questions across each group, I did sort of that meta takeaway analysis for you, but we'll provide all of the data so folks can look at it themselves.
So is that how, just following up on your senior services slide in your original presentation, I don't know if I don't know if I'm asking the same thing Mr. Wise did, but you said a statement in your last bullet, it is clear that the top 4 segments are telling us that it's a priority for them to invest in senior services. What did you mean by top 4 segments? Was that demographic segments or?
Age. So most of the segments I did were by age. So
Okay.
I mean the 50 to 59, 60 to 69, 70 to 79, and 80 to 89.
So top, you don't
Those
mean,
4 segments.
so you mean the top age ranges, not the top percent of
Yes.
responders, because as it's a
Correct.
lower percent of, okay, thank you.
Yes. Yep. Good call out. I appreciate that. For clarity's sake, yes. So for the 18s, the 18 to 49-year-olds, they're not, it's not even on their radar. And because we had so many more 40-year-olds and 30-year-olds taking the survey, it skewed the aggregate results, and so that's why it's important to look at it by segment.
Okay, thank you. And I think there were some questions on this end, Joe?
Just quickly, I'm trying to remember, can you filter by precinct? Was that?
No.
We didn't have that
You didn't have
question.
that? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Just curious if any bias, but okay.
I wanted to see
Sorry.
if any of the 60 to 69 put lacrosse as one of the. But I didn't see that.
Wall, I think, is
Yeah.
what they wrote.
I don't think so.
No, I
but
thought that
we
you
can
couldn't
always
do it, so. Oh, can you?
No, that's just giving us all, it's just giving us all of the, so 9 responses. There are 13, but 9 are in this segment. And this is what you
There's
see in
lacrosse.
this segment. We are a family who's been participating in the last round to support the building of a lacrosse wall. So there you go.
Really?
They fit this segment.
Hey,
And then stop increasing the density, stop massive building, fix the deteriorating tennis courts and barrows on, so that's a recreation goal. And you will be talking
Stop
about
the
barrows, stop the over, so there's, people have put some opinion
Rec
in here
can't
as
do
well.
that.
Roads, transportation options, more outdoor pickleball courts, parking.
So I wanna be
That's what
sure, I'm not seeing Andrew and Jeff on the screen. Andrew and Jeff, did they have their hands raised for any comments or anything? No? Any questions or comments remaining from the board, and I'll throw it to the audience. Any questions or comments? Chris, go ahead.
I guess my only interpretation on this, it just looks as if recreation is in a collision course with seniors for top priorities in town. That's the way that I end up seeing it. It's the top from this percent go for this, the top from that percent go with this, and it
Well,
just,
I mean, we've already made some, I guess this confirms some of the allocations that this committee has already recommended and that the select board has voted, so we can feel good that a couple of our decisions have reflected what the community wanted, and now we will have some tough decisions. If you looked at my chart later, we've got 3.8 million left, and we have like,
300.
10 million more of requests, so that's not a match, but we'll get to that later in the evening. Okay, good, so I think, Jean, we are done with this item, a few minutes ahead of schedule. Thank you very much, and
Thanks,
you did a
Jane.
great job crunching the data. Thank you to everyone out there in Reading who responded. So our next.
Do you want me to hang out, Madam Chair, for a little bit, or are you all done with me and I'm gonna take off?
I think I'm all done. Thank you.
Have a good night, Jane.
We're all
Oh,
done.
great, thank you very much. Have a good meeting. Be well.
Okay,
drive safely.
so slightly 6 or 7 minutes ahead of schedule, we are ready for a follow-up on the Birch Meadow Master Plan with recreation. We had a presentation a few meetings ago on this, and Jackie, I think you have to put up some slides, or? This was gonna follow up on the parking or something, the
Yeah,
parking
so I'm
lot?
just gonna run through it again really quick. I actually even edited it down quite a bit on the slides. I think there's like 9 total or 8. So I'm just gonna run through it really quick, and I put a little bit more detail on what's included in each step of phase 1. So once Jackie puts that up for me, try to be short and sweet. So Activitas, our architectural design company that we've been working with, couldn't be here tonight unfortunately, so I'm gonna work through this as best I can. I've been involved for the past 10 years in the Birch Meadow Master Plan, and it's been revisited since I was an intern here, in 2007. So ironically enough, and I was an intern, and then I was the program coordinator, then the rec administrator, and now I'm the director of community services, and still we have not had any funding contributed on the capital plan to this particular project. So this is really exciting to even be here presenting and having a lot of momentum that has happened in the past couple of years, even during COVID, with community input and focus groups. And the Birch Meadow Working Group has been awesome. I got a member of the working group with me tonight, Chuck from Conservation, a member of my rec committee here, Angela, and I think Emily, our rec chair, who's been involved for quite some time, is also on the call. So we'll roll right into I just gave you a little bit of history, but can we go to the next slide, Jackie, please? Thanks. So the first time that this was brought up, and I'm sure before 2007 it might have been brought up as well. If Bill Brown was here, he could probably tell us the exact date of the first time this was ever brought up. But the select board formed the Birch Meadow Master Plan Subcommittee. The plan has been revisited and reviewed multiple times in the capital planning process, as I just said, from 2007 to 2009 and then 2014 to 15. In 2018, the Reading Rec Committee appointed a new Birch Meadow Master Plan Working Group to review the pre-existing master plan for the complex and make recommendations based on recreational trends and community input. A community survey was sent out in December of 2018, and we got over 1,000 responses received in 2019. After that point, we retained Activitas, our architectural design company, and they updated the master plan for us, came up with a great conceptual design. And the mission of that master plan was to update and create that community-based recreation open space plan for the acres of land within the Birch Meadow footprint. And then most currently, Activitas is in phase 1 design for the 3 items that we're asking for possible ARPA funding for. So, and then on the right-hand side, we have the community, a little blurb on community survey results and how those align with stakeholders, user groups, our community public forum. So what we heard a lot and what we even heard on the open space and rec plan was people want passive recreation paths and restrooms. The sports folks also want upgraded lighting, more parking for their facilities and things like that. So we can move on. Jackie? This is just a conceptual plan and overview. The 3 areas that are highlighted on here are the ones that Activitas, myself, the working group, the community, these are all key items that people have been wanting for the past several years, things that keep popping up. So we saw these as critical items that are important to infrastructure. You need to create a safe parking area, a safe walking path for kids to get to and from school, people to gather at places and stop and have a drink, stop and have lunch with their friends at school. The RMHS kids can sit there and have their lunches. So we just want this to be a really big gathering spot, and we know that infrastructure and safety and just creating that blueprint will set us up for success moving forward. So next slide. So the way I see it, and I'm biased, I'm very passionate about recreation. It's been in my life since I was in high school. So sports, recreation, I've seen it benefit all demographics. I've been involved in recreation with seniors. I've been involved with children, adult programming, and I just wanted to give a few blurbs of research and data that I've found over the past couple months of just researching some really cool data on the recreation and the impact during COVID. So what I found was research shows that since COVID, half of adults from across the United States now participate in outdoor rec on at least a monthly basis, and approximately 20% may be new to outdoor recreation during the pandemic. Participation in outdoor rec carries both psychological and physiological benefits. Outdoor rec helps to release stress and restore people's sense of well-being. Research has linked stress to a wide range of health issues, including heart disease, depression, obesity, irritability, headaches, anxiety, relationship troubles. Also in my research, I found a lot of powerful forums and just, again, the studies. And I pulled a really powerful quote out from a forum that happened at ASU. And this is a comment from Eric Legg, who is the assistant professor from School of Community Resources and Development at the Watts College of Public Services and Community Solutions. And he says, "We have heard the term essential service tossed around a lot. And though it gets used rather casually, I think the pandemic has demonstrated what is truly essential. And included on that list would be the ability to recreate, to play, to get outside and enjoy nature, to compete and learn new sports. We've recognized the benefit of these things for a while, but now we realize they are truly essential. Engagement in our parks, in recreation and sports programs leads to healthier individuals and ultimately healthier communities. They nourish our bodies, improve our mental health, help us develop physical, social, and emotional skills, learn to value our environment, and create bonds between us and our communities. Parks and recreation are essential. So I'm just gonna go into the 3 things that we're trying to hone in on. And here's our ask right here. I know the last time we came in, we had a range. It was a little confusing to kind
It
of.
was higher, it was 1.75 million, because that's what I have in my chart.
Yeah, so we honed in on it a little bit, worked with the architectural design company. Our design money is for 10% of that overall construction cost, which was for the 1.5. Again, we cannot guarantee that this is gonna be the number that we're gonna get at the end of the year. We're in that design phase. These are completely rough cost estimates. So we are in that design phase, and we had our first kickoff meeting last Thursday. So they did tell us that they would have cost estimates updated and more honed in on what we're looking for once we decide what we want. So we're talking about what the pavilion would look like, who would service the restrooms, you know, all those nitty-gritty details that will obviously impact that overall number. So we scaled it in. This is the ask, and hopefully we are able to get some funding. And we'll hit the next slide. I'm just going through one by one and just putting a little bit more detail regarding our first meeting and things that have been transpiring. So the central spine and walkway and the restrooms in the pavilion. This would include indoor restrooms, indoor storage, outside picnic area, / gathering space. It can be used for outdoor lunch area for Bryan Memorial High School, like I said. It'll be a safer walking area with low-level pedestrian lighting. Many kids walk to and from school, bike to and from school, from sporting events. It's most currently on the OSRP, which is Open Space and Rec Plan study, and it shows the same feedback that communities want more areas for walking and biking. And this particular central spine walkway will be approximately 1/4 mile, and it'll be an ADA compliant walkway, and we're thinking that we want it about 6 to 8 feet wide, so you could get a bike down, a wheelchair down, and you can pass on both sides. Next slide. And a couple images, obviously. The lacrosse wall. I feel like I don't even need to present this one. But youth lacrosse has been very, very good supporter of the town. Been a great organization to work with. They have tried to donate a hit wall project several times since I've been here, and it's put on hold due to the uncertainty of the master plan. We didn't have that updated conceptual master plan, so we can't just take a donation and put it wherever we think it should go. We wanted to be careful with that decision and come up with a good conceptual design, make sure it would fit in the space, make sure it made the best sense where it was put, all those details, and now we have them. So it would enhance the practice capabilities for both high school and youth organizations. Currently, baseball and softball already have batting cages that are highly used for skill development, so it would be great to give this back to our lacrosse players. For beginners and youth players, this is the most fundamental and important skill to practice on every day. And the advanced and elite players dedicate time to hitting the wall every day to maintain their stick skills. And you may have seen them hitting the ball against the high school wall quite a bit. And it can be used recreationally for a wall ball when it's not being utilized by organized sports. You can hit a tennis ball against it. You could kick a soccer ball. You could take a tennis ball and play wall ball like I used to do back in the day with my friends when I was in middle school. So there are some other aspects that the overall community can benefit from as well. Next slide. And the Imagination Station parking lot. I know, it's not like an item that we're like super excited about, right? It's not like, oh, like a lacrosse wall or a walking path with low-level pedestrian lighting or restrooms, like, oh. But this is the first thing you see when you come into the complex from the left-hand side. So if you're coming in for a softball game, you're coming in for Saturday Night Lights, you're an away team, you're going to Coolidge for a high school JV game, you're practicing, this is the first thing you see, and it is an eyesore. And it is not a safe parking lot. As you can see at the bottom, there's potholes. This is an existing condition of the parking lot. And there's a significant drainage problem over there. So if we fix the drainage over here, we could fix the drainage in the parking lot as well as fix the drainage from the Birch Meadow complex, which floods very quick. So it would be a tremendous help with our multi-purpose use areas over on the field as well as the parking lot. So again, it's considered a critical infrastructure item. It'll have safety lighting, delineated line parking spots, a designated entrance and exit. It'll be ADA compliant. We'll implement environmental improvements, which will include stormwater management, drainage from the lot as well as the Birch Meadow field, conservation preservation. We'll have electrical charging stations. There will be a total of about 38 parking spaces in there, and upon the completion of the whole master plan, the total amount of spots gained in the entire complex will be around 87. I did ask, because I know Tom had a question about how many spots we'll be losing during construction, and I asked the architectural design company and engineering, I'm like, hey, like, can you roughly tell me like how many parking spots we have right now? They're like, well, we can't because they're not lined. So it'd be impossible to give you an accurate number, depending on the day, how close people park together. You know, sometimes they park like you see here. Sometimes the parking lot is covered in half with a fence because there's construction going on, or facilities is using it for a holding area for another project going on. So we really never have full access to know. In this way, we are creating also a potential better bus drop-off area for games. Tom Zay has indicated that he would like a separate area for home and away teams to put their buses. So this will help a lot with the flow over there. So as you can see too, there in the left-hand corner, that's a rendering of what the parking lot would be. And currently everything on that list is nothing we have. We don't have lined parking spots. We don't have a designated entrance and exit. There's no handicap accessible designated parking. There's really not much that we're doing environmental wise. No lighting. So this will really create a welcoming area and help us improve this area. So I think that's the last one I have. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to try to answer them without my architectural design experts.
Okay, I'll go to the board first, because I have a question. Anyone here? Mr. Coxer?
Thank you, thanks Jenna. So two questions. One, with you mentioned that both the walkway and the parking area would be ADA compliant.
Yes.
Is there an ADA compliant path between them? So in other words, if you park in the parking lot in a designated spot, is there a way to get to the pathway that is ADA compliant?
Yes, there would be. So you would be going along the sidewalk from the parking lot this way.
So
And
right
then
along
in the
Birch Meadow
future, we would connect, I don't know if you can see, but you would, in the future, the master plan would connect this area too, all the way down. So there'd be a pathway here, just connecting everything.
But near term, from the
Yep, so
top of
Gotta go
the
this
left
side.
field,
here,
from left field, yep,
Yeah.
along Birch
Yep,
Meadow Drive
right
on the
here.
sidewalk
yep.
to the
You'd be
start of
able
the
to go all
path.
the way down here, the sidewalk, and then onto the pathway.
Okay, so they could think about that in the design of the parking lot to make sure, in other words, not put the parking spots in right field, if I can call it that.
Absolutely, and then we're obviously hoping to add that parking lot right across the street eventually. Hopefully that'll be on the next phase, cause
Yeah, great. And then the second question, on the lacrosse wall, I hadn't known of this, your first point here, there's been an attempt to donate a hit wall project several times in the past.
Yeah.
Put on hold. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? Was there a fundraising effort? How much interest is there in doing that? Because I'm just thinking about if it turns out that we do run into tighter costs than anticipated, if folks have already talked about making a donation that way.
sure.
I don't know if that's an opportunity or not.
Yeah, the first couple times it's been brought up, I've been here but not as actively involved, so it's probably been brought up once since I've been actively involved. And at that time, there was someone on the board who was going to do the work and donate the work, a lacrosse parent. I don't think that parent has those materials or those resources anymore. However, I did reach out to lacrosse when this became a top priority item, and they said that they would possibly be willing to donate, but not as largely as they would before.
Thank you.
So I have a question. Each of the projects, the one where you have the 800K, the 150K, 550, they stand by themselves. So if we could fund one of them or 2 out of 3, like that still works. They're not interdependent.
Yes. I would say that if we're going to fund something, it would behoove us to do the whole phase all at once, because there is a cost savings. Because the lacrosse wall, the pavilion, and the walkway, if you see, they're all in the same general area. So
Well, they're together, but say the parking lot isn't, and I'm not saying we'd prioritize either way, just
Right.
trying to understand.
I think there's cost savings doing all the projects at once. However, they're not like completely dependent on one another, I guess you could say.
Anyone else? Go ahead, Mr. Weiss.
So can we go back to the picture of the lacrosse wall?
Sure.
Jackie, can you take us back if you don't mind? So, yeah, there you go. Is this rendering relatively accurate in that it will be surrounded by turf?
Yes.
Yes? Obviously to keep the ground from being all muddy and things along those lines. It's not accurate in that it's not gonna be at the end of the track necessarily, because it's phased near turf 2 as it
Correct, it would
currently
be at the end
stands.
of turf 2, yep.
So is there any need to put safety? Lacrosse balls are huge and hard.
Netting.
Netting between turf 2 and this that has not been accounted for yet. I know it's gonna be perpendicular, but I can imagine if the ball is thrown at an angle, it could go over the fence into turf 2, and if somebody's playing a game in turf 2 or something else, that could be a problem. Has that been considered at all?
It hasn't. I'm trying to think what's currently over on turf 2 now for safety netting on the left-hand side, and I'm drawing a blank.
There didn't used to be when it wasn't the new turf 2, but I forget exactly what it looks like right now as well. I
Right.
know there is netting on the football field side, but I don't know about the backside where
Yeah.
this would be as it's
Yeah.
currently rendered.
There could be some type of safety netting up right now on that side of the turf, but I'm not quite sure. But that's a great point. And I would hope that if we were to do something like that, we would include the safety netting.
So we can take that as a takeaway just to be 100% sure. That would be great.
Yeah, for sure. Yep.
And I'm gonna ask the other question that I asked before as well. Do we have any pricing on that other parking lot that's over near Castine? Do we have?
Did you ask about pricing on the other parking lot?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Is that, the reason I asked before was the perception that I had before, that I think some of the board had, that you sort of presented before, that we were gonna lose a little bit of parking in this adjustment for the former Imagination Station's parking lot.
Yeah.
It's gonna look a heck of a lot better. It's gonna be a lot better from a flow perspective. It's gonna be a lot better from an environmental perspective. But considering how long it's taken to get this far, my worry was that we wouldn't get the other parking lot done and we'd actually have less parking for the next 10 years. Right? So that's why I was wondering if we had any idea what that other parking lot looked like as part of the conversation. So you're expanding parking in the first phase as opposed to contracting parking in the first phase.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that, I'm sorry if I missed that
That's
part
okay.
of the pricing on that particular parking lot. I don't know if they itemize that out in a cost estimate, so I don't think that there would be as much environmental things involved, but I can't really speak to it, but I could follow up and send the committee all an email on that, or.
Yeah, I mean, if there's something we can do there to understand, I mean, thinking of economies of scale, you're already working in one parking lot, you're already paving one parking lot, you're already near some conservation area. It's not quite as much conservation, I'm looking at Chuck as I go through it, but it is right up against, like Camp Rice Moody's right there, there's,
Right,
So
yeah.
it is right up against some area that's kind of preservation-y to a degree.
Yeah.
So there might be something in terms of economies of scale, and you increase the parking in the first phase as opposed to waiting for 10 years for the next parking lot to come about. So that's where I was going from that perspective, just two birds with one stone.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, we don't have a ton of money to spend right now. Well, we do, but we don't, as we look through the whole list that Marianne put together.
Yeah.
But if there's something there that we could
Well,
achieve.
we're creating a list, remember, we kind of in our first meeting talked about the charter and we said, well, we're not trying to spend the free cash, but now we effectively are generating a prioritized list that if inflation doesn't kill us, there's something to look at for free cash. I don't know if you had something, Chris, but I know I saw your hand going.
Yeah, just two things. So one, Emily Sisson said in the chat there is netting on the ends of turf 2. So And if you can picture in your mind kids blasting soccer balls over the goal.
I've had to chase soccer balls over the goal,
Cause
that's
I
why I
know
asked the
that there's
question.
one on the
Okay, alright.
right hand side and I
Yeah.
know there's one that's facing the bleachers, but I couldn't picture the
Yeah.
backside.
The dumb question, the net hole's big enough to block a soccer ball, but a lacrosse ball could still get through, like, or is net net?
question. I
They
think
have
they're
lacrosse nets, they have.
Yeah,
I think they're pretty tight, so.
The lacrosse balls can't get through.
But I was just gonna say, I know your architects won't say it. I was at softball this weekend and I counted the number of cars that were in that lot and kind of like, so it's cut off for construction now, but it's probably in the 50 to 55 range when it's full. So it is a net loss. It's gonna be a net loss of a handful of spots. I will say though, to Jenna's point, we're frequently cutting off a big portion of that for staging and equipment storage and things like that anyway, so it's not really operating at full capacity most of the time of late anyway, so I'm not sure in practice it's a huge impact to go down 30, to go down to 38 or whatever that number is. I guess the other question that I would have would be, are we concerned about, we use that space often for staging for projects in that area. Are we concerned about losing that? Like what impact is that gonna have on future projects when we lose that space? Because we're not gonna do that staging in this brand new, nicely lined parking lot. So I don't know if there's any impact there, but anyway, just a couple thoughts.
Chris, did you have a question?
Yeah, thanks, Marion. Jackie, could you go down to the last question slide again, all the way at the end? So is this like drawn to scale where the parking lot like is only covering almost half of the triangle that's up there? Do you see where it's like just a tree on the other side kind of looking? For the Imagination Station parking, it looks like the lot's on the left and then you have this gap on the right. Why doesn't it just continue over to there?
Is it
The Aberjona
wetlands?
River is there. If I recall correctly, the Aberjona, that's part of that is the rebuilding of the space so the Aberjona properly flows through. Arguably, you could do a little bit more parking in the triangle area there, but most of that, and I see Joe nodding his head and Chuck probably would agree, it's generally the Aberjona River that's the problem.
And then the tennis courts that are at the bottom, the pathway goes right through that. Is that accurate as well?
There is a,
Those don't exist yet.
Oh, they don't
those
exist.
pathways don't exist and the courts don't exist right now.
Okay,
And
so
playground.
that's just for the future.
Yeah,
Um,
and obviously the path wouldn't block the courts or the playground. I think it's just highlighting the general area for you.
and then I'll preface my next question / comment with my electric vehicle is being built tomorrow, but you mentioned charging stations. And is that included in the upgrades in the figure of the 500,000?
Yep.
I only mention that because Reading isn't Hampton Beach and it's not a mile off the highway where Birch Meadow's gonna be. And I see them being highly underutilized in any scenario. And then for the lacrosse wall, a good idea, since we can't get it donated, or who knows what could happen. Perhaps we could do some kind of sponsorship thing where names and stuff can get engraved on there, because it's gonna be, I assume, some kind of brick, granite, whatever that thing is.
Yeah.
And then you could just sell spots for names that are just engraved in, so the whole thing's still white, but people get names and you might be able to fund 50 grand of that. So, something to think
I
of.
don't know, could you put ads right, does that interfere with the lacrosse playing if there's ads
You
there?
just make it very thin, no, it's engraved into it where the
Oh.
wall's white and you're just engraving in, so it's still just the wall itself. It's not like black highlighted or anything, so.
Oh, no, I was thinking like just the texture would
just,
make the ball bounce to, we're getting into the weeds.
Hmm.
Okay, so Sean, you had another question?
Yeah, just one more question. Jenna, how final is the layout of the softball fields and the soccer field there if we embark on this, or is that part of a future phase? Because I think we lose a softball field in this.
We don't. We lose one at this general area, but there are ones that are in the back of Coolidge.
We had 2 at Coolidge, so we go net up
So
one.
So we go from
phases.
3 to 4.
So the 3 that are there today would be there until, they wouldn't go away when we started building this parking lot. They would be there until we did whatever to it, the stuff by Coolidge. Okay,
Mhm.
all right, thank you.
Joe, you had a question?
Yeah, no, this is really exciting. I guess my question is on the spline, like what is that material? Like what's it made out of? Like, and that will be plowed during the winter, I guess?
Yeah, we are still in discussion about exactly what it will be. We talked a little bit about it in our first design meeting, but there's nothing decided. We were talking about different surfaces and how it would drain and have conservation involved in that conversation as well, but there's no final decision.
Okay, but it's something you could walk on with cleats or, because some of the,
Yes.
there'll be overlap, I'm assuming, with some of the fields.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, and then I think this thing I'm struggling with is I love the idea of the the spy and walkway, because I think that also ties into like more passive recreation, because older people don't like myself don't always like to walk across that field, right, when there's games going on, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just trying to, and the wall, I think it, to me, like any program that Reading competes against, boys or girls, you always see lacrosse walls at their high schools. So at least from a competitive standpoint, I think we're at a disadvantage, but I also think it's an opportunity to do other types of wall. There's a lot of other things you can do with that wall, to your point. It's really like the parking thing that I'm getting hung up on, like the, relative to some of the other like Arpa investments, like in, I don't know, are we voting on all three of these? Are we voting on, if you had to prioritize it, would you put parking as one, or do you have some thoughts on how you'd rank
I
them?
don't wanna speak on behalf of like everyone, but if you want just my opinion, and Angela, you can, and Memily, you chime in on the rec committee, I would prefer the walking path, the lacrosse wall, and the pavilion as my top three. I would put the parking lot last, but
Want it all.
yeah, of course.
Yeah. No, I don't blame you
And
to ask.
Fidel, Fidel has a comment as well, obviously.
Want it all.
Yeah, because the other idea of like the parking, to me, yeah, I know it looks terrible now, but I mean, there's plenty of like trailheads you go to. You just throw some gravel down. I know it's not ideal, and if you did it at a later phase, like if we're trying to make decisions against a lot of other projects, I don't know. That's just a thought. So, and I don't think we'll ever solve the parking problem. I mean, as soon as those spaces are built, people will still be complaining about looking for parking spaces. So.
Yeah, I understand. I understand those comments.
You had a question?
Thank you. So, or maybe just something to think about also in terms of, we're gonna build an accessible path, but there's no way to get to it if you are, have a disability at the moment. You'd have to, I'm not sure where you park.
There's
to
other
get
parking
access.
lots, there's high school parking lot, like the
Yeah,
field
in the
house.
street
Right, but again,
parking
getting-
as well,
Yeah.
with crosswalks.
Or Birch Meadow Drive, you could have like block
Yeah.
off 5 spaces there or
Conceivably, you
something.
can do that, but you have to take
So-
some action to do it.
Okay, Jackie, were there any questions online from members or anyone on the Zoom?
Not seeing any on Zoom. Actually, Emily Sisson has her hand up.
Okay,
Just wanted, if it's okay, I can offer my opinion on the last question about priorities. I agree as an individual on the rec committee, but have also been in these discussions for close to a decade at this point, so I feel pretty knowledgeable. I would agree that the Spine and Walkway gets at a lot of the wants of the community. We've heard about bathrooms, pavilion, passive recreation, lighted pathways, all of that good stuff for since the beginning of this project. So I think that is a must. I was very anti the parking when Activitas came back with this initial conceptual design. I was like, ugh, who wants to spend money on parking? And it was actually Bob L. that convinced me otherwise. He said, if we're going to start building this beautiful facility, you don't want the gateway to be a pothole filled with mud and grime. So looking at what Activitas came back with in that picture, I know it's probably kind of small in these slides, but just if you've ever been to Yentl Farm, it's kind of got that vibe to it, like trying to incorporate some conservation efforts, some environmental, kind of beautify the area and make it functional and make it safe. Both of my kids have almost been run over in that dirt parking lot because it's pure chaos and people kind of go wherever they want to go, and kids don't pay very good attention to anything. So, having been involved with this, I know it's not a splash. It's not a, big fun thing to do like the pavilion will be and the lacrosse wall will be, but I think it's very important to the infrastructure and to giving you know, a look and feel to where we want this to go. So that's just my personal opinion. Thank you.
I'm gonna go to Sean in a second, but can I just follow up, so I'm not confused? Are the Spy and Walkways separate from the Pavilion? So you could do one and not, you could do the walkway and not the restroom / pavilion, possibly, or is that, it's lumped in as one cost, but then I heard you guys talking about it separately, so I just wanna understand that in terms of what you could fund.
Yeah, the central spine walkway and the restrooms in the pavilion are a package deal.
Package, okay, so they're not separate.
That's the package deal right there, the central spine walkway restrooms with the pavilion.
Okay, Sean, you had a question, then I'll go to Angela.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Emily, I'm glad you brought up Yentl Farm. I was just there on Saturday, and it's the exact thing I had in my mind. I mean, if you drive into that parking lot, even from within the parking lot, you can see all the multitude of applications that open up when you have an accessible, sort of safe entry point to the park, and they've got essentially the same spread of facilities there that we would have at the end of this. So for anybody who's sort of trying to sort of make it real in their mind, it's a 5-minute.
I remember
down
what it looked
129
like
near
before
that.
there was anything there too, it was just a mess.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, probably exactly the right model for where we net out with this phase 1 investment.
Okay, I saw an audience question. Yes, go ahead, Ms. Binda. Yep, and just re-identify yourself again.
Angela Binda, Recreation Committee member. I just wanna completely agree with Jenna, that was a great presentation, and Emily, that what came to the top, what was the top of the list was the central spine walkway restrooms pavilion. That was number 1. Former town manager also said that infrastructure is really important, so the parking lot is really important too. And they do go hand in hand. I mean, I think Bob was suggesting let's do the parking lot first, but it was the restrooms and the walkway that was really number 1. And also we thought, okay, we don't want to have a groundbreaking for a parking lot, right? But this would generate a lot of enthusiasm. If you had the central walkway, if you had the restrooms, the pavilion, you could generate more enthusiasm, and there could be other fundraising efforts that go along with, look at this wonderful thing that we have. And I do think that this checks so many boxes. When the pandemic hit, how many people in town suddenly discovered that we have a town forest? How many people are saying, we have a town forest? Where do I go walking? Where do I go? Where do I recreate? And so this is just, it checks so many boxes, and it really, the parking lot, it is a parking lot, it is an eyesore, but there are also conservation efforts that go along with it, restoration of that area. So it really does check a lot of the boxes that were on the survey.
We have one comment in the chat that the public should probably hear as well. Alex, do you want to take yourself off mute to say what you wrote in chat, or do you want me to quote it for you?
Yeah, this is Alex Rozicki. I didn't really plan on, from engineering, Town of Reading, I didn't really plan on commenting, but I think people should be aware that state stormwater standards for redevelopment may require some sort of stormwater treatment, and I don't know how much land we're altering as part of phase 1, but even just to meet MS4 standards for phosphorus reduction, sediment reduction, you're going to have to do something at this site in order to break any ground. So that's just something to consider as I know parking lot's not something that everyone's jumping out of their shoes for, but it may be an important piece and a required piece eventually.
Okay, Chris, you want to finish it off?
Yeah, I just had one
So we have to move on.
follow-up that Joe got me thinking of, that, there's only 38 spots, people are gonna be able to just keep complaining about parking. But you can technically end up making it 74 if you just add a second level to it. So I don't know if that's feasible over there, but that seems to be double the
Not
spot
with
at
the
the same
ARPA
time. Well, not with the
Even
ARPA
bigger.
money, but it's just something to think about, nice big R on the side of it, will fit right in.
Okay, I think we're all set with this. We're trying to keep to our schedule, so we're starting a little late. Thank you so much.
Thank you, really appreciate it.
Good job.
Thank you.
So next up, the Conservation Department, I think, or I don't wanna mix it up that it was Conservation Department and Conservation Committee, but I think it's Mr. Tyrone.
I'm just gonna introduce you, Joe.
Okay, that's
Okay,
So, hi everyone, I'm Chuck Tyrone, I'm the Conservation Administrator for the town of Reading. And the Conservation Commission has an Arpa request, and tonight we have Joe Carnahan, who's gonna present the slides to you and take questions afterwards, so. Joe.
Purely the technical detail, does someone have the slides to present, because I did not bring a computer.
Jackie has them as part of our packet.
I just checking.
Bring them up now.
Thank you very much, appreciate it. Minor details, right, Joe?
And I have a binder you can hold up,
Which
printed it all out.
Wait a second. While she's doing that, I'm Joe Carnahan, member of the Conservation Commission, live on Middlesex Ave. Great, we have slides. Jackie, you want to hit present? Thank you. So, as Chuck said, presenting on behalf of the Conservation Commission, a handful of comparatively small requests, but they are, really quite important for what we're trying to do, and I do think that they do dovetail with some of the things. I certainly didn't have any access to the survey before this. I was happy to see that I wasn't the only person who filled out the survey saying that I'm interested in expanding access to conservation areas. Next slide, please. I'll go through this quickly because I think we know that conservation land is valuable, recreation is valuable. Several people have said that already, and I think town forests and trails are coming after me and they're going to say it again. Stormwater management, by the way, that's also involved here in the roles of conservation lands. I want to highlight that because that came up in the survey. I didn't expect that to come up so highly, but that's I agree with the importance. So, all right, next slide, please. So the first big request is for development of a maintenance plan for the Bear Meadow conservation area. Bear Meadow is the town forest much less well known little sibling. Funny how many people came up to Friends and Family Day on Saturday and said, "Oh, you're conservation. You're responsible for town forest, right?" Well, actually, there's a committee for that. We're responsible for Pinevale and Mallet Land and Bear Meadow and so forth. Bear Meadow is the largest accessible conservation area. I think Cedar Swamp is bigger, but it's sort of you can't really get there from here because it's almost entirely wetland. Bear Meadow has a ton of trails, 2.3 miles, as well as wetlands. And what we're looking for is something along the lines of what the town forest has for the town forest for the forest maintenance plan to get some frankly professional input on what are the passive recreation opportunities that we should be trying to optimize, what are the most serious concerns as far as invasive plants that we should be focusing our efforts on. It's an important habitat for wildlife. Again, everyone's been enjoying it so much more. Pandemic, it's a silver lining there. We really would like to be able to invest in it, and we'd really like to start by getting some professional guidance on how we should invest in it. Next slide, please. All right, this one, there are two different properties that people have offered to donate to the town of Reading that are contiguous with existing conservation land or a water department land, which is effectively protected. And they are offering them to the town free. We simply have to survey them in order to be able to accept them. So we are requesting funds to pay for the surveys so that the town can accept these two gifts that expand land that is contiguous with the town forest or the water department land that itself is contiguous to the town forest. Next slide. This is a small thing, but I think if people were familiar with the discussions of the newly opened community garden, congratulations on the ribbon cutting today. I'm sorry I was working, I couldn't attend. But one of the tougher questions that came up in the discussion of Terra Cabin and the community garden and Bear Meadow, which I was just mentioning, is parking. There is a parking area there, I think it's 18 spaces, and there's a lot of concern that as the area becomes better utilized, that there will be not enough places to park. This is an extremely economical way to let a few people come without using their cars. So I'd like to suggest that as a possibility. Next slide, please. Is that the end? That might be the last one.
This is managing invasive
I thought there
species.
was another one.
Jackie, I think there's one more, managing invasive species. Yeah.
Thank you, here it comes. All right, so this is another one where we know we have a problem and could really use some I think professional guidance on understanding where the problem is most acute. So I mentioned Friends and Family Day the other day. At the Conservation Commission table, we had a display of invasive species. I mentioned I live on Middlesex Ave. I collected 4 of them walking over to the high school because they're all over the place. And you can just pick them up off the, next to the sidewalk. So we know we have a problem, but we don't know where to focus our efforts. We've had a bunch of volunteer efforts to remove invasive species in the town forest. We'd really like to expand these to Bear Meadow and Pine Vale. But again, this is somewhere where we could work a lot smarter if we had a little bit of guidance. And that, I believe, is the last of the requests. Yes. So questions. By the way, Andy Griffin from Conservation is also here, so I don't know answers he might. But.
I have a couple, but I'll throw it to the board first. Does anyone have a question? Sean?
I have one very silly question. The Matera cabin bike parking, it looked like there was, a paved area underneath the bike rack. The Matera space generally is
No pavement there at all, right?
right, and it sort of seems appropriate.
Yeah.
Why does it need to be paved, I guess is the question. It's minor in the grand scheme of things, but I'm just curious.
I was about to say, who had the art?
Is that just a stock photo you used?
That probably was a stock photo. I don't even remember which person put in that photo. It wasn't the one I got because I think someone complained that.
Okay.
So is the question, why is it paved?
I mean, is that the actual
Well, does it have to be
expectation?
paved?
Does it need to be paved, or is
That's a
it,
good
or are
question.
we just buying the piece of metal and putting some concrete around it?
No, the
Need metal footings,
request includes the cement base.
Yeah.
And so having that base helps us jump off into other situations. If we just had it stuck in the ground, we may have to pull it up later. But if we have a cement base around it, we could pave around it someday if that's needed. Or we could just leave it as is, but it's a good spot. And most things are put in on top of some sort of slab, I guess is what it's called.
Okay.
So it was incorporated into the price too, and so we're prevailing wages.
So I'll follow up on the bike rack question, and then I have a couple of others. When I think about Matera Cabin, having been there a bunch of times, I don't think of it as an easy area to bike to, like there's no bike lanes. Do we have bike racks at the town forest or any other locations in town that might feel like they're
We
easy?
don't, but I don't know. I personally haven't yet had the opportunity to lobby anyone designing the parking area at Lot 5. I would certainly ask for one there. Frankly, Grove Street is probably more accessible by bike than
That's what I was thinking, if I were gonna put a bike rack somewhere in Reading, it feels like that's a safer place to bike to, but
This was a question about whether it would be more effective to put one at the Pearl Street entrance to Bear Meadow versus at Matera Cabin. Because Pearl Street is also, well, I don't know, honestly, I'd rather bike on the shoulder of Main Street than on Pearl Street in some of the parts, but it's a fair question. I think pretty much every bike infrastructure project comes with the problem of but we don't have any other bike infrastructure next to it. But we do have to start somewhere.
okay. And the other question I had when you were saying the Bear Meadow Stewardship and Maintenance Plan and then invasive species for also Bear Meadow. So the 10,000 for the stewardship and maintenance wouldn't also give us input on managing invasive species for the same money?
The Bear Meadow plan proposal would cover invasive species in Bear Meadow.
Okay.
So it wouldn't look at Mellet and Pinevale and Perchine Woods and the other areas.
Okay.
So the other request is basically for the other areas. Presumably we wouldn't be spending the other. Yes.
Can I add to that?
Sure.
So the stewardship and maintenance plan takes the Bear Meadow area and asks a lot of questions. It's an Audubon study, and they'll be coming into the area and doing surveys and looking at the property. So over the past couple of years, I've asked the DPW not to do much over there because we want to get a management plan so we can do it correctly. The open field, which is woodcock habitat, has been growing in. And we could just ask the DPW to cut that back to the original stone walls, but we don't know what that's going to disturb. So we want to have a study that we can operate from and take into the future. But that has nothing to do with the money that we'll need to do invasive management. We know that there's invasives at Bear Meadow and other places in town, and the money as far as to do the invasive management is in that second request.
Okay, so they're separate. I didn't know if like the total look at it included it. And I guess following up on the survey, so that just seems like, it just seems like a no-brainer, but what does the town do typically when there isn't ARPA money and people donate land? Are we just paying it out of budget money to get a survey?
Bring it to town meeting. I wanna say I've seen such a thing before town meeting before, but.
Yeah, so we've got lucky before. Most of our land donations have come through the Conservation Commission, where a developer has come in with a lot of land and a certain section they don't want anymore.
And it's already been
So it
surveyed?
was surveyed
I see.
and that hasn't come up. These are just two separate property that have been handed to us and and town council has said, first step, they have to be surveyed. So it was, it's good, it's land, they're not making any more land. It is connected, with the smaller property has some dry area, it may be desirable by, abutters. So it would be good for the Conservation Commission to get that, or even it's really closer to the town forest. So whatever happens, but the town should get it and should set it aside.
Yeah, no, it just seems like something that, it's such a small amount, I can't believe there wouldn't be town surplus to cover it too at some point.
That's the question.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think
we
I
all
was
kind
gonna,
of
in
did the
terms of
same
thinking
thing.
of other forms of funding, is exactly, this looks like it's something that, and within schools, we can kind of reallocate within our existing budget. I'm wondering if within town you cannot, because it's all based on town meeting, and town meeting has to say, yes, move this money from that bucket to that bucket. So it has to go back to that.
Is there an expiration on these donations? Is this a time sensitive?
So talking to the one off Sanborn, they felt like they could wait to find out. I gave them a time frame of December.
Okay.
To find out. I'm not sure what the other options are, but that's also one that abutters may be interested in. So that could be lost. The other one is kind of like deep in the middle of some other wetland area, and it would just be more land in an existing wetland. So that one may not be lost because of where it's.
But are you saying the 1.9 acre Sanborn Lane, even waiting till like September or December, it could be lost? That if there was a vote taken in 2 weeks, you would get it surveyed and not lose it, that kind of thing?
I think we could act on it as soon as the money was available. I talked to the engineering department, and we need to hire out a surveyor because we don't have a town surveyor that can stamp a plan, and that's what we need. And so that was a recommendation from the engineering department that we get a survey and then we can move forward. I suspect that I've only got a commitment for another month or so from this gentleman, but I could call back and find out if they could wait.
Well, I just wanna know, so it's the Sanborn Lane, 1.9 acres, so $4,500, that could be time sensitive.
That could be, yeah.
Alright, cause we can account that, and I guess, FinCom can account that too, but I'm not speaking for FinCom, I just know there's other sources, but okay. Any other questions on Chris?
Thanks, Mary. Yeah, for me, the 4,500 seems like a no-brainer. And especially, I don't want to speak for the select board as well, but I know we have at least $5,000, and then if ARPA funded this, then we get it back kind of scenario. But if something like that is times, yes, we aren't making more land. To accumulate any land for 4,500, that's like gas for like a month or something at this point.
That's what I'm thinking, this is something that
You might as
happened, I'm glad we asked.
that seems like a no-brainer that should be on the 28th agenda, in my opinion. In regards to the Matera cabin bike rack 2,500 thing, was that with concrete at the bottom or not for the 2,500?
Yes, it incorporates the concrete.
Because I did end up finding the identical one while we were just waiting for like 400, so the concrete makes sense. But for that area, because I was up there today too as well, it's the more traditional thing that can be moved anywhere for like $500. And you can almost order like 5 of them and just put them all over for the same price. I don't know if,
You know, it's I go out and I look like at my kids when I put a swing set in when I was, you know, like younger and I had small kids. And that swing set cost me, I don't know, $2,000. But then I go to the town hall, the town park, and that swing set is like $15,000. What's that all about?
It's different level of usage.
Different level of quality and standard and longevity is built into that. Prevailing wage is also built into what we're having there. Yeah, I see that. I saw that for $500, but that's just not something that's going to last when everybody in town brings their bike there and chains it up to it.
so do you have something in mind up there where it would go directly already?
I don't, but I you know, there's a lot of opportunity up there. I think that the first, I mean, I like the Pearl Street because you can actually get to it. But we're putting a plan together for the next phase of the community garden, which is going to look at that whole area, and we have a plan of the parking lot also, so we can incorporate the bike rack into that where it makes sense. I don't want to take away any parking and kind of set it aside.
This is actually me asking Chuck a question. Was there a proposal to pave that parking lot?
It wasn't a proposal,
Okay,
it was
there was
just
a
like a comment that we entertained and said, as it turns out, so it's conservation land, but it's not jurisdictional wetland. So it's not, so when everyone thinks, oh, conservation, you're gonna have these restrictions or whatnot. This just is owned by the Conservation Commission, we're care and custody of it. So there are no restrictions on getting it parked, getting it paved or anything like that. So when that suggestion came up, I felt like I could bring it to the commission and ask them if they wanted to get that parking lot paved. So there are no restrictions on paving it, and it could be paved.
Yeah, I'd like to think that any land over an acre that you ever need $4,500, I would just like to know about, because I don't see why we wouldn't just be doing it at this point. Just, for me, that makes sense to accumulate anything for that nominal figure.
That's a great piece of land. It's connected to the water department land. It's connected to the town forest land. It has dry area next to abutters. It's valuable.
Absolutely. But thank you.
Good, just a quick question on the invasive species, right? Like, do you have any sense, like, future costs? So you'll get a plan,
Chuck,
but
go
like,
back.
oh, sorry. Like, so the idea though is you'd get like updated like analysis on how to approach like a plan around controlling. But I'm just trying to think like future costs, like about.
That's a $10,000 request.
Yes.
Yeah,
So a
yeah.
$10,000 request. We have the same request at Millet. We have the same request at Forest. And $10,000 is for 1 year. You would expect that would cut the amount of vegetation in half, but it probably doesn't cut the amount of labor in half. So it would be less the second year. Invasives are, so some of these things like Japanese knotweed, they have tubers, they have long roots. Sometimes you have to dig down like 15 feet. So that's not what's happening here. No one's going to be suggesting that. They're going to come up with a management plan that includes some sort of herbicide. And that's usually what happens. That's usually recommended from every environmental group, because that's the only way to ensure success. So with, by cutting it down the first year, you probably are looking at, like $5 to $3 grand the second year. It's a 3 to 5 year process to get it out of there. So I think that we have the $10,000 that's in this request. That would cover a certain section of the field for 5 years and eradicate that. But people also go in and do, volunteer work, and that can help also. You have to just know the timing of that. Japanese knotweed, you cut in the spring, in June, before it blooms, and then you hit it again in August and September, usually with some sort of pesticide like Roundup. So
But that ongoing cost for 5 years, I'm not saying, I think it definitely makes sense to do this,
Yeah,
right?
sure.
But like that's something that like the town itself couldn't do. Like the DPW couldn't administer the herbicide, or we wouldn't want
So the DPW has been very generous with conservation land and have helped us out a lot. Conservation Commission currently doesn't have a budget, it's something that we're working on. This is conservation land, we're in care and custody, and to be in total control of what happens on our land, it should come from us. Some of the projects that are happening in town that have to do with invasive removal, I have nothing to do with. And I feel like I know a lot about it, but I can't ask to be on these other projects. So when it's on conservation land, I think that we should be in charge, somebody should come to us, and the only way to do that is ask for this request.
Thanks.
Okay, anything else from here?
An audience question.
Oh, okay, from the audience, please come up.
Yeah, Will Finch, former Conservation Commission member and current Trails Committee member. We did do a project cutting knotweed at the entrance of the Pearl Street parking lot into Bear Meadow. And then the town came after us and sprayed the cut off stems. So the town at that time did have a licensed applicator, person that was licensed to use those chemicals, because residents aren't allowed to do that on town property, I believe. So as long as there's still a licensed applicator on staff, then that could be an ongoing maintenance aspect of this project or issue.
I just wanted to add, sorry Will, but I need to add something to that. So we've taken a step further.
Just go to the microphone.
Coming up to the.
Sorry. So we've taken a step further than to just do spraying, because with spraying you do non-targeted kills. And we don't want to do that on conservation land. So we want to use the cut and dab method, and that the DPW is not going to do that. Basically it's a bottle with a sponge on the end, and you have to cut the stalk. You put blue dye in the bottle, and then you cut the stalk and then dab each stalk. We probably can't get the DPW to do that. I mean, we're taking care of our conservation land. It's special. It's there for the flora and the fauna, and other spots in town can be used differently and have a different purpose. But for the conservation land, we have to protect it and make sure it's sustains its viability to the habitat and anything that's using it. So that's why we don't want to just spray. It's that non-contact kills that happen during that time.
I think we're set with conservation then.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And thank you for raising the time-sensitive issue. We'll discuss that later. So now we have the Trails Committee, which kind of segues, that's next on the agenda. It's not too long, and then we have garden and town forest, working our way through. A little behind, but.
Good evening. I'm Dave Williams, here on behalf of the Trails Committee seeking your approval of our ARPA funds request. The town has a good deal of open space, conservation land that is well used by many. Walkers, joggers, nature enthusiasts, dog walkers, bicyclists, families, bird watchers, photographers, cross-country skiers, and more enjoy the trails that span the town forest. Bear Meadow, Billa Conservation Area consisting of Lobbs Pond Mill Site and Marion Woods, Kirchian Woods, Pineville, and the new Aberdona River Headwaters Trail in the Mallet Conservation Area, and more. These trails connect neighborhoods while at the same time offering the joys of being out of doors to many. To our request, the last 3 years were unprecedented for the Reading Trails Committee due to the pandemic. There was a massive increase in trail usage. There were safety challenges for the members of the committee, just how to work in close proximity because of the COVID. However, our Trails Committee continued its mission of developing and maintaining the trails of Reading, which connect residents to many natural features the town has to offer. As an example, the Trails Committee and volunteers worked throughout the pandemic to construct the Abidjona River Bridge and the trail to Hunt Street. These were funded by a grant from the Mass Recreational Trails Program. Next slide, please. Trail use increased dramatically beginning in 2020 and remains high to this day. Increased use caused wear and tear on most of our trails and boardwalks. Now, we all know New England weather can be a bear. Snow, ice, frost heaves all conspire to take their toll on our trails. Also, extreme weather resulted in many fallen trees that damaged or negatively impacted the trails, boardwalks, and bridges, and needed to be removed. Thanks to the diligence of residents, our volunteers, and committee members' constant watchfulness, we have been able to respond so that the trails remain clear and safe for use. We thank the DPW for all of their help with situations beyond our abilities. Next slide, please. Here are some numbers that we thought you would find interesting. From 2020 to the present, 69 volunteers have logged over 100 hours of trail maintenance. Nearly all of our trails have been adopted by volunteers. These volunteers monitor the trails and let us know of any situations that need to be addressed. We maintain 15 miles of trails throughout town. Trails need to be kept open, trees and bushes cut back, trash picked up, and wet areas need to be addressed. We are responsible for maintaining over 23 boardwalks and bridges throughout the town. As boardwalks show their age, sign of age, or damaged, we go in and make the necessary repairs or replacements. We are responsible for maintaining the kiosks at all trailheads. These kiosks have maps, trail information, and educational information. We have an email list of 77 volunteers, including Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, and RMHS students. These volunteers have been crucial to our success. The next slide, please. Now, this photo will help set us up for our request, but you can see the a particular boardwalk in town, what's been replaced in the background and the foreground in need. On the right is the Matera cabin, where we store all of our materials, supplies, and tools. And with that particular slide in mind, next slide, please, I come to our specific request. We would look to get commercial grade shelving to store supplies at the Matera cabin garage. Global industrial shelving, industrial commercial use, it's $1,700 per 4-foot section, and we'd need 3 of those. That would come to $5,100. This shelving will allow us to store more materials, store them more safely, and be able to access and use them more efficiently. The following supplies will be used over the next year or so to continue our work of building, repairing, replacing bridges and boardwalks. The following supplies would be good to repair at least 200 linear feet of boardwalk. So we need 100 1 by 6 by 16 foot composite decking, which we would cut up into 200 4-foot boardwalk lengths. That would be $3,100. We need 82 by 10 by 12 foot that we'd use for boardwalk framing. We'd need 100 pounds of 3-inch deckmate screws and 100 pounds of 2-inch deckmate screws. We'd need 160 joist hangers, and we would need 2 Ryobi driver batteries to replace and supplement what we presently have. So this is our request. I want to thank you all very much, and I would hope to see you out and about on the trails. If there are any questions.
Thank you very much. So is that in the basement of the Matera cabin garage? where you store that? Cause I've been at Matera Cabin, I have no idea where you're storing that.
If you look at the cabin, it's on the left-hand end.
Okay,
And it's the garage that we used since forever. And it's, we do a lot of our construction on site, then we'll pick up a section of boardwalk, put it on a truck and drive it out to the particular area. And that's worked very well for us.
and I had no idea this was all done by only volunteers, I thought DPW was doing
Well,
some
make no
of this,
mistake,
no.
DPW has been
Yeah,
great.
but that's a lot of work.
You know, we have great partnerships with the Conservation Committee, Town Forest Committee, and other groups, so, but these trails are getting a lot of use.
I appreciate the specificity, I'm one of the people using them. Any questions here? Good, Mark? And
Just
then
a
Joe?
quick comment. So Chris and I both had the opportunity to attend an event at Wood End in the entrance into the town forest there. And we saw some of the exceptional work that the Trails Committee has done. It was absolutely gorgeous. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it was in Reading. And I think when more people know it's in Reading, you're gonna get even more usage going on there. So I think that to provide these materials, we've got so many volunteers that are willing to do this. This is a great contribution for the town to be able to make. So I'm fully supportive of the request.
Thank you.
Joseph, did you?
No, I agree too. It's a great investment. I'm just curious though, like the cost estimate, is that recent or just with all the prices?
That was of about 3 weeks ago. The chairman of our group, Kathy Kelly, put those numbers together.
Okay. So it's pretty good. If anything,
Yes.
hopefully it'll go down. So,
And if anything, we have a good working relationship with Reading Lumber, and at times they've sold us seconds with that composite decking. Maybe some of you have seen the mismatched colors out there. A lot of us think it looks pretty neat, fits into the, but you know, that they sold that to us at a great discount. So we've had some good success that way.
No, thank you. Good work.
Chris, did you have a comment?
Yeah, so the 11,620 includes $0 in labor. It's all parts and materials, and all the volunteers are gonna be doing all of that,
Yes.
which is pretty impressive, and you're not getting 11 grand worth of labor, like that's,
No,
you can't put a value on what all of.
There are times where we have tried to use a formula that some of the nonprofit groups like the trustees or Mass Audubon apply to their volunteer hours. And I don't have those numbers handy, but they are pretty impressive, especially if we go back prior to 2020. We've been in existence for a goodly amount of time. We're really talking about what has been transpiring since the pandemic led to this great use of our out of doors.
Yeah, that's why the 11 grand would even cover the labor alone with this. So to see this and then everyone else is gonna contribute and do it, it's an easy no-brainer for me.
It seems like it's well supported by
Yeah.
what we've seen in the survey data this evening too. All of these are kind of flowing together towards the same purpose. And this kind of number is easier, I think we all recognize, to swallow than you start getting near 1 million and it becomes harder to prioritize, but this seems very reasonable.
Because we've done this a lot, we have the ability to be very specific.
Yeah, that's great. Jackie, are there any questions online? I don't wanna, nothing from Jeff or Andrew. Okay, I think we all set here? Oh, Chuck had a comment, go ahead, from the audience, Mr. Tyrone.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I was just letting you know that there was nobody at the moment.
Okay, yeah, no, someone in the audience here in person.
Chuck Tironi, Conservation Administrator and the liaison to the Trails Committee. I just want to say that the Trails Committee does do all the work for free. They're like the only board that I know that does work as a board out there in the field. And they have put together DCR quality trails. And right now they're working on Pinevale. And this 200 feet of boardwalk won't even finish up all the boardwalk that we need at Pinevale. And Pinevale, if you guys don't know that, it's down by Starbucks, and that's another area of town that we need to open up and have people walk through. That's Pinevale Conservation Area down there is underutilized, and one of the reasons why is because the trails flood. And you know, the Trails Committee does a great job, unsung heroes. I think what Chris was saying is exactly true. It's just amazing that they just put out their Saturdays and Sundays, Fridays, whatever it takes to get the job done. And really all they're asking for is supplies. If you gave them 400 feet of boardwalk, they would take care of that too. And the other reason why we want to get the quality shelving is to protect the investment, because all that would probably be bought at once, and we want to store it and we want to keep it straight. So it's set up so that it's supported correctly, and we can keep all that stuff in the garage and take it out when we need it and as needed. So anyways, well, thanks for all that.
Thank you. I feel like this is such a bargain. You want to come before town meeting and ask for the rest of your boardwalk. They may be very receptive.
Anything else?
Thank
you very much.
I'll
Thank
say,
you.
thank you. Okay, that was easy. Okay, next, patiently waiting, the Reading Garden Club. And I think we have more of a memo versus a presentation or some information to us. It's all in our packet. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Nancy Reed. I'm the president of the Reading Garden Club. I live on 45 Pavilion Lane in Reading. And we are an all-volunteer organization as well, the Reading Garden Club. And we've been in existence since 1956. I was not there at that point. But it's been around for a while. And we are a 501c3 nonprofit organization. And we're requesting a portion of the funding that we lost during the COVID years, the 3 COVID years, for the funds. But one thing that we do is we are making Reading a great place to live, shop, and work, adding value to the town through different programs. We actually plant and maintain the gardens at the Town Hall and the War Memorial, as well as the period gardens at the historic Parker Tavern. And we provide all the plants for that, and all our volunteers work for nothing. We coordinate 80 adopted island sites around town, and that requires getting people to adopt the sites, and we give them suggestions if they need suggestions as to what plants to put in. And they are responsible for spending the money on the plants, so it's a big outlay for people who do take these islands on, and it's much appreciated in the town. We decorate Parker Tavern on a biennial basis for their open house. We conduct programs at Artist Nursing Home, and we provide the plants that we take with us to do this for the residents. And so we do impact the seniors on that level. In the past, we have donated scholarships to Reading High School students, and as colleges have gotten more and more expensive, what we can afford to give them has gotten smaller and smaller, even though it's the same amount. But one thing that we're thinking of right now is to set up environmental grants for students in the 10th and 11th grades to work with their teachers, perhaps on an environmental project at the school or somewhere in town. And the reason we're going for 10th and 11th graders is because they are able to get their project up and running before the first semester of their senior year when they fill out college applications. And having something like this on their college application is always a plus beyond your SAT scores and stuff like that. So we feel that's a real value added, will be a very value added thing to the students in the town. One thing we want to do is going forward, and it's not included in this, but we want to take some of our funds and help getting hanging planters in the downtown during the growing season from the light posts. They were here during the 350th, and it was just beautiful. And there are a lot of towns around us that have these. And, you know, we are working with some other business people and organizations to come together and, what is it,
Whiteland Books.
Yeah, Whiteland Books, yeah, that's, she's doing it, but anyway, it's the Chamber of Commerce, yeah. To try and get that going, because we feel that that is a real value added to the town as well. Because if you drive into a town, and it's just a town, and if it's not taken care of, you notice it and you think, not so good. But if you drive through and you see the flowers and the plants, like from the adopted island sites and from the hanging planters, it invites people to come into the town, and it adds to the value of the town, the value of your homes, etc., all of that. We donate library passes to people, and we donate monies to the Reading Land Trust. And every month we donate to the Reading Food Pantry, and once a year we donate to Mission of Deeds. And that comes from all of our members giving of their own resources. We educate the public by co-sponsoring horticultural lectures at the Reading Public Library. And we have been educating the public about the importance of native plants. So going forward, we would hope that this is an environmental grant for the 10th or 11th graders would be a step in the right direction, using native plants and native pollinators, bringing in the right kind of species. So, do you have any questions? I think you have, hopefully you have this.
Yeah.
With you.
So, the one question I had, and this came up in another context with the hanging plants, is does that create the town maintenance issue about watering?
No, actually, we're in the process of getting costs now. We got them before, and I think it was around, what, $15,000 or so to buy the plants, each plant, and then also to get them to be watered. You have to have a company that will come and actually water them on a regular basis to keep them looking good. So now that COVID has arrived and prices have shot up, we're going to get some more pricing and hopefully get that going, because you have to work well in advance of the season that you want to have the hanging planters up. So for instance, in 2023, we'd probably have to have things in the works by November of this year, October or November of this year, just to make sure we'd get the plants and that we would have a company that would water them. But again, we are all volunteers, and we are advanced age volunteers, I might say. I think our age goes from 60 to 75 or so. So it's a good organization, and if you can help us out with some funding to replace what we lost from our plant sale the last 3 years on the common, it would be greatly appreciated. Okay, any questions? Mark, you have one?
Just a comment just on your point, Marianne. I think we did explore it last year or 2 years ago. It is a substantial expense to water them.
It is.
And they require the maintenance, and that's.
Can't you have planters though, if they were ground level, then the store owners could go out and just throw what, like, it's a lot easier to maintain when they're on the sidewalk?
Defeats the purpose though
Oh,
of seeing it,
visibility,
but
yeah.
I believe it was 15 grand, Mark. I don't wanna say that, but that,
It's
and
expensive.
that's a year.
Oh, Marianne.
Yes.
So-
This is
It's
Marianne
every year.
Higgins.
Okay, hi.
I'm Mary Ann Higgins, Vice President of the Garden Club, and I just wanted to make sure everyone understood that the main focus of what we're asking for is going to go to all of our programs, not just, it wouldn't be. Hanging plants
Oh, right.
is a dream we have, but
Yeah,
it's
no, because
not-
if we put something in that then creates another expense, we just wanted to be clear about
I
that.
just wanted to make sure you understood.
No, these
that
all
it
sound
was
like a
for
lot of
the
great
programs
activities.
that are already in
Right.
place.
That's a wish going forward. But I just wanted you to know what we feel about the town and how we're trying to make it beautiful. For everybody who works here, lives here, and even just drives through.
Another way of leveraging good volunteer work. Did you have a question?
Not a question, more an observation or a point of information for you. You may or may not know that there's a group of studies called environmental issues that are part of the science track at the high school. They start according to the tracks in junior year, so you might want to think about reaching out to the principal and working with that one particular teacher.
That's exactly.
There's
yes, I
one
forgot to
teacher
mention that, right.
that teaches that set of courses. Phenomenal teacher, but it's one teacher. So reaching with him and talking to it, and I think also as my friends in the back from a conservation and our trails committee guy left, but that group would probably be a good group of students to engage in this kind of work as well. So,
Fantastic. Yeah, absolutely.
but it is a junior year to senior year course, so that junior year would be perfect for what you're asking for.
Sounds wonderful. Thank you.
Just one last question. I guess I really should be asking this of everyone who comes after the last. There's nothing specifically time sensitive, like we can still make our decision in the.
Oh,
You
yes.
mentioned something for fiscal year 23. You're just trying to
Oh,
account for
absolutely.
lost revenue.
Absolutely. Yeah, I kind of threw you off a little bit with the hanging planters, but that's a wish, and that's kind of, just wanted you to know what
Right, no,
we're
but
thinking
just
of.
generally, I think I gotta remind myself I should be asking that with everybody, cause sometimes like with that land we can survey, you get surprised. Everybody all set? Okay, well,
Thank
thank
you
you.
so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Getting us back on schedule now here, almost 5 minutes behind. Okay, so we have the Town Forest Committee up next.
My name is Bill Sullivan, I'm the chair of the Town Forest Committee. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to come in to request, to speak to you about possible funding on the Arpa for some really important needs in the town forest. Next slide, please. Those needs being dead tree and invasive removal. So the red pine trees in the town forest are dying. As you can see in that photo, that's not like a shot in the fall. Those are pine trees and they're dead because they're red.
The brown ones?
The brown ones. On either side are the white pines. And so the brown ones are red pines. And I'll get into the climate impact of them. And then also invasive plants, as you've heard a lot about this evening, are widespread in the town forest. And they're creeping in more and more. And so that's becoming, time critical. So, next slide, please. So the problem with red pines, the red and white pines were started to be planted beginning in the 1930s, and they were harvested for some number of decades. The red pines are really not originally native to this area. They are more suited to a northern climate. And so as the temperature is warmed, they come under stress. And so that makes them then vulnerable to fungus and insects like pine scale and other things. And so there's a need to remove those dead trees before they fall. They are going to fall. They are going to and so the key thing is, do we do it in a controlled manner and remove them safely first, or do we let them drop? And then also the risk of fire too for the dead trees. Next slide, please. So that's a map of the town forest in green there. The orange areas are the primary locations where the red pines are. Some of those areas we have already addressed, as I'll get into, but there are a number of remaining areas that still have these substantial pockets of red pine trees that are important to areas. Next slide, please. The other problem was invasive plants. Again, there's a buckthorn, tree of heaven, black swallowwort, the Japanese knotwood. They were originally brought in, intentionally for horticultural purposes because people thought they looked nice. Well, they had unintended consequences, as a lot of things that are reported to. The compost area has a lot of these because people, they don't want them in their yard. They dig them up, and a lot of them end up in the compost area. So those seeds that you heard about in the little rhizomes that spew out, they grow. And they grow very nicely in the compost area because it's really ideal conditions. So we need to address that as a reservoir for these invasives. And the point being is, this is one of those things, we can kind of take care of it now or try to take care of it later, but the longer we wait, the more entrenched it's all going to be and the more difficult it's going to be to deal with at the time. It's kind of like the Sorcerer's Apprentice in Fantasia, where they just, they keep coming and coming and coming. So that's what the invasives do. Next slide, please. So the work that has been done to date, we've had 2 phases already of the red pine removal. The first in January of 2020 was about 4.5 acres. That was about $28,000. Phase 2 was completed in January of this year. Another 4.5 acres, about $23,000. These projects were bid and managed by Reading DPW. They did an awesome job, and putting the document together and getting it out to bid. We've also had some limited invasive plant removal, primarily buckthorn. We've had a number of scout groups. Amazon Robotics came in one day. They volunteered for a day, and then others events sponsored by the Town Forest Committee to remove these. But this is going to take more than just volunteers to address the invasives, as you also heard previously. Next slide, please. So the next phase is the funding's approved. Phase 3 of the dead pine tree removal would be in January of 2023 on another about 4 to 6 acres in the town forest. We've kind of taken care of kind of the low-hanging fruit. So now it's kind of they're deeper into the forest. They're a little bit further to reach. The next phases are going to be more expensive. And then hopefully phase 4 would follow in January 2024. So the state requires that before this type of work is done, that a forest cutting plan is prepared by a licensed forester. That was done under phases 1 and 2. We're just beginning the process now, working with this forester to develop the forest cutting plan for phase 3. This plan is then submitted to the State Forester, the Department of Conservation and Recreation, and the Reading Conservation Commission for approval. So as I mentioned, we need assistance with the invasive plant control, just because volunteers just aren't equipped for the magnitude of this invasion. We're estimating that the cost for this would be in the range of $150,000 to $200,000. Next slide, please. So, as others have mentioned before, you know, the activity in the town forest has increased dramatically during COVID. And so removing these dead pine trees is really important for safety, for both, you know, branches and trees falling on people, but also fire. You know, the Reading Fire Department fully supports this to remove these the dead trees as a fire hazard. The benefit is to, you know, to the whole town, not just people living in the town now, but all those that follow, because we need to wrestle these invasives to the ground, and so that we can, because again, the longer we wait, the more difficult it's going to be for the future. So for that, the Town Forest Committee is requesting, again, $150,000 to $200,000 to carry out this work. Next slide, please. These are the members of the Town Forest Committee, and we want to thank you for your consideration. Happy to answer any questions.
So, start? Okay, Tom?
Can we go back a slide, Jackie, or two, back to the slide that showed the areas in the town forest? And my question while she goes back there is, you've got area 1, area 2, area 3. Do those correspond to phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, or
No,
how do you associate these areas that you highlighted to
so-
phase 1 and phase 2 and phase 3 and
Yeah.
phase 4?
Area 1 was really down around the council ring. It's actually not even on the map, because this map was prepared after we did the pilot study.
Okay.
In area 1 and 2. So that area was right around the council ring where there are a lot of dead red pines, and then down in this area. Under phase, what did you go back to?
Nope, it's okay. Well,
actually,
probably
Okay,
do, but
okay.
we need a pointer. We need a
Okay.
pointer for him. So.
I should have brought a laser. So,
I remember.
with phase 2, we did area 2, 3, and 6. So, the next round would be areas 7, 8, 9, and 10. That would be phase 3.
So area 1 has not been addressed and won't be addressed?
So area 1 was already addressed.
Okay, because it has a different area, than where you were circling before, so that was.
No, I'm sorry. That area, sorry, I know it's confusing. Phase 1,
Yeah.
which was in January of 2020,
Yep.
is not on the map. So
Right.
that was down mostly around the council ring area. Phase 2, that was just completed in January, included area 1, 2, 3, and 6.
So they're not here because they were done.
No.
Phase 1 was not.
Oh, phase 1.
Phase
1,
2
2,
is on
3,
here.
and 6. Okay.
1, 2, 3, and 6.
Oh, I see, area
That's area
2.
1 where the path is, right? Like, isn't that?
That's area 1, correct.
Yeah, you know where the
I missed that part of it initially. Okay, so then 3, 4 would be 8, 9, 10.
7, 8, 9, and 10.
So what about area 5?
Area 5, that's a good question. That's where it gets, I mentioned the low-hanging fruit. Area 5 is the most difficult because it's on the ridge trail. You can't get up there with a piece of heavy equipment. So if you recall the photo of that the harvester, it reaches in, grabs the tree by the trunk, saws it off just below it, and then lifts it up. So you can't get a piece of equipment like that up on that narrow ridge trail of Area 5. So we really, we may have to come in with a crane, which is going to make it a lot more expensive.
Okay, thank you.
Mark, good.
So, Bill, two things. One, the request 150 to 200, is that phase 3 or 3 and 4?
That would be 3 and 4.
3 and 4, okay. And then second question.
And also, it would include invasives.
Invasives.
If the first 2 phases were, 25 to 30 range, we're thinking phase 3 is probably going to be closer to 40. So that of the 100, 150, that's 40 of that. Then phase 4 would be likely that again, depending on, how much it's going to cost to deal with Area 5. The invasives, we've got in the next couple of weeks, we'll be doing our first professional invasive control a small $10,000 right around what is shown as Area 3 that was done. I hate to mess you up with the numbers. It's Area 3 that on this map that was done under Phase 2. That area was, there were a lot of red pines there. It was really opened up and it looks dramatically different. And so what we're going to be doing is we're going to be planting native plants in September. But before we plant those natives, we got to get the invasives out because it's going to be a battle between the invasives and the natives. So we need to get the invasives out first. That then will allow the native plants that we plant and some that are already there that are going to grow on their own to have a shot. Because once they can dominate, then that will crowd out the invasives.
Second question, can you talk a little bit about the planning that you've done? Because obviously, as you've got this laid out, all the different areas and the different phases, there's been quite a bit of planning. Can you talk a little bit more about kind of how that's happened, that it's continuing to go on, I assume, and that's what allows you to kind of give a bit more certainty to the needs?
Yes, absolutely. So there's and the window is actually getting narrower, but the window that we can do this work, because the ground has to be frozen. Really, January is the only time that we can harvest without impact. And so that means that we couldn't just go in and just deal with it all at once, even if we had unlimited funds. So the way we approached it is to take this, 4 to 6 acre areas, piece at a time. We looked at on the first couple of phases, which were the greatest impact to public safety, and those were the ones that we did. These other areas also do too, but it's a matter of degree. Like some of them, like on the Area 1, there's a trail that went right through the middle of it, on Area 1 on this map. And then some of the others are similarly, like around the Phase 1 where we did it around the council ring. That was really hazardous because there were a lot of dead trees, and that's a very active site. There's a lot of camping goes on there and other activities, so that's why we did that one first. And so that will then continue. So we've went out with our certified forester and folks from DPW, and we looked at and figured out what to do next for Phase 3. And that's how then that would then continue. The red pine problem will end because they will all be gone one way or another. So, so that's not like it's going to be something that is in perpetuity that we're going to be coming back looking for this kind of money. The invasives are, to be honest, are a bit of a tougher nut to crack because, that one is a little bit harder to say how long it will take because the Japanese knotweed, they go in, as Chuck mentioned, they'll cut it in the spring and then come back in the fall and apply the herbicide. And that's, it's about 80% effective. So that's not even going to just solve the whole problem. It's a tough one to get rid of. Whereas, the buckthorn, that's a little bit easier. The expert that we had come out to take a look, went on the sidewalk to talk about, these invasive controls. He said that, buckthorn love to die because you can just pull them out, you can bang the soil off and just throw it on the ground. But you can't do that with some of these other ones that are just really, really hard to deal with.
With the request, it sounds like about half of what you're asking for relates to the red pine removal and half the invasives.
That'd be a good estimate, yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Go ahead, Joe.
So Bill, there's no, like in terms of the replanting, right? That'll just happen naturally. Like you don't need money to replant, or we're not replacing this with trees. Is that
correct? Yes. No, I'm glad you brought that up. So we had the Department of Conservation, Recreation, and Forestry, and both a couple of them and our own forester have said that the saplings, the oaks and the white pines, they're there. They're in the understory, but because they're currently shaded out by these dead trees, they don't have the light they need. But once those trees are gone, the red pines are gone, they will take off. And which is, again, kind of a double-edged sword, right? Because we want to make sure that what takes off is not the invasives, that it's the natives that we want. And so in most areas, we won't need to do any replanting because most areas have these saplings that are ready to go. That's.
And are you already seeing that in the areas that
yeah.
we put?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, we have had a couple of projects where some scouts have come in and to kind of give it a boost, to give it a head start, and that has certainly helped, but it's not a requirement.
And then for people, I don't know, people that may not go in there too often, I would think the town is a liability with the red pines that are still standing. Because you go in there on a windy day and they're just swaying back and forth, so it's just like another kind of like timing thing to think of. 'Cause I definitely think we have to address this issue. And then I just don't know, like the invasive species then, is that managed with conservation too? Or
We would work in conjunction. Anything that's in the jurisdictional area, certainly, we would work with conservation.
Okay.
Absolutely. As we work, like all of this, we had, we submitted a request for determination of applicability and, went before the Conservation Commission and, to plead the case.
So I have a question, I'm just looking at the town budget. We have a forestry department with the budget, are volunteers the ones responsible for removing trees? It wouldn't be our forestry department that would be doing this on a regular town-wide basis as well? Because I'm wondering why something at this level of expense wasn't included in a budget. I'm looking at the fiscal year 23 budget, the forestry department, there's, most of it is wages and there's only 65,000 in expenses, and I see planting of trees, I see nothing for tree removal. So the town doesn't do tree removal? Or maybe I see Mr. Maltese standing up, so maybe you can lend your expertise to that. Because it just seems like this is a substantial expense for a volunteer committee to be taking on versus if it's a liability and it's an emergency, should the town be doing it?
Yeah, the forestry division was combined with the cemetery, right? As part of our FY22 budget.
Okay.
And they do spend a lot of time, maintaining our cemeteries, and their focus, though, however, is the public shade trees, on streets and sidewalks.
Like tree trimming, that kind of
Exactly,
thing, I see.
Exactly. So they spend a lot of time actually planting new trees, but their main focus is essentially street trees.
Okay.
Right.
And I don't think the town would have that harvester piece of equipment.
Yeah, okay, no, go ahead, Mark.
In fact, I was gonna say, number one, they don't have that piece of equipment. Number two, the phase 2 was actually a request that was made at town meeting last year, and it was an above budget request that was funded phase 2, if I have that correct.
Yes, that's right.
That answers my question.
Okay,
I
yeah,
was
no,
gonna
because
ask, where is this normally funded? 'Cause-
Right.
Yeah, I mean, this is almost more like it's not capital, but this is almost more like a capital or infrastructure project than an ongoing sort of maintenance project, right? So, yeah.
it just seems substantial enough and that, you're gonna have to do above and beyond this, that this is maybe just an area the town may have to look at. It's beyond the scope of ARPA, we can see what we can do, but this feels like this is some substantial, literally looming issue,
Jeff,
Go ahead.
please.
So, I guess my request would be, especially as we think about how we're gonna splice out all this money over time, is can we get more certain with 3 and 4 as we come up to the final vote, and more certain with the cost of what the invasive species removal will be for FY23, FY24. So, just saying 200,000 to me, it's a good amount of money. It's not a ton of money, but it's a good amount of money. But we also have people that are requesting 10,000 and 12,000. And so if your thing was 150,000 instead of 200,000, then we could fund some of these other things that are 30,000 and 10,000 and 10,000. So I'd like to see if we could fine tune that estimate a little bit, so we can say, this is what your ask is officially. I know you might not have a final estimate in terms of, because you have to bid it out and all that kind of fun stuff and things will change. But if there's a way to fine tune the estimate to be a little bit more concrete, and what's included. So phase 3 and phase 4, like you said, 40,000, 50,000, so that's 90,000, whatever it is. And then, invasive species is over 2 years, 30,000 each or something like that. I'm just projecting, much better than I do. But I'd like to put some more concrete levels around that so we can then say, all right, that works because then we have this $30,000 ask here and this $10,000 ask here in concert with the big ones, right? Birch is out there is a big one, you know, as other ones that are out there. I just want to make sure we're
This doesn't
thinking
feel like
about
a partial one, like we can't just say, well, we'll contribute towards it. Because where would they get the money from the rest?
We
It's
could,
not.
I mean, they could theoretically go back to town meeting like they did before. It's not ideal. If we can say, here it is, and you're good to go for the next 2 years, great. It's the same thing we argued with schools and with seniors, right? So if we can say what that is, but let's make sure we have a little bit more firmness around the number, if any way possible.
Right, because the
shape
other
and form.
requests were less.
I could tell you what we got for bids on the first two. We got 2 bids each. One was 23,000, the other was 53,000. The second phase was 28,000 and 57,000. So even within the bidding environment, you know, we had a huge range.
Mm-hmm.
So it's gonna be, I mean, it's gonna be really difficult to come down with any more specificity than phase 3 is likely gonna be 40,000, just based on, you know, what we've done to date. You know, until we bid it, we're really not gonna have a better number than that.
Is it possible we could fund, say things are just coming down and we say, we can fund one of your 2 phases, but not both. So that's, what did you say, phase 3 was 40-something thousand?
Yeah, I mean, based on,
Approximately.
you know, approximately looking at the area, about, you know, the distance from the others, you know, I think if, 40,000, 40 to 50.
Yeah, no,
50 would be safer.
It's useful to know, like, if we can't, just with you and with everyone else, if we're trying to be fair and allocating, we can do some but not all of a lot of things, maybe that's the best way.
Yeah.
To-
So yeah, if we could fund phase 3 at say 50, then, you know, that would really help a lot.
But that's only for the trees, not the invasive species, okay.
Hey, Chuck.
Chuck's like, I'm itching to speak.
You're having a long night, Chuck. Come on
Come
up.
up, Chuck, come up.
He wants to he wants funding phase 5.
No, I was
All of our friends in nature.
moving forward, any red pine removal includes invasive monitoring for that area. Because that understory, volunteer growth, if it's taken over by buckthorn, it's not gonna do anything. We gotta make sure that buckthorn's gone and that understory grows, and once it gets above a certain height, then we can forget about the buckthorn. It's gonna take care of itself. It's gonna be shaded out, nothing's gonna happen. So it should be cutting and invasive on every section that you say yes to. And another reason why, and it wasn't covered, but I want to let you know that another reason why that we have this problem, because you have a monoculture of trees out there. They're all the same, and you've been hit by some sort of bug, and they're all going to die. And that's just all there is to it, because there's not a diversity. So it's not like, oh, there's pines and there's redwoods and there's other things out there and oaks and, you know, maples. Those things don't exist out there in any kind of quantity you saw from the aerial. So it is a problem. It's gonna continue. It's important enough for the Conservation Commission to, you know, really, we need a permit, but we understand that we have to get to yes on it. So it's a problem the whole town has to address.
Are there grants available from the state to help us with some of this?
We got $10,000 for phase 2 from DCR. So we applied for that grant.
Is this something that we want to talk about earmarks for as well, Mark? Have you considered this from a select board prioritization perspective for earmarks?
Actually, we haven't, and it's a really good idea. It's a request of our state delegation. Take a peek at it. It's a really good idea.
Okay.
Other funding sources, right?
100%.
We're just learning so much about
we have
nature
cut-
tonight. I guess.
Well, Fidel can correct me, but I think we have a climate change and capital plan too, right? That's not allocated. Don't we have like a placeholder for? So I don't know if this could be.
It's out of our scope, but it's something else to keep in mind when we hear something important.
Yeah, and I think to your point, we're learning a lot about nature. We're learning a lot about some underlying needs that we have. And we're actually ending up getting a fair amount of detail probably as a result of this process, which
Yeah,
this
because
is
this
a really
never
nice
comes before a
outcome.
town meeting like this, I don't think. Or maybe it does, but it's just, this is
I
good.
don't think so.
No, this is, anyone else?
I just had one random question. Where do the trees go after they take them down?
They were chipped. They really don't have value as lumber because they're dead. So they're chipped.
So do we get them back as wood chips, or they're selling them off as part of their
so
bid?
that if, say the bid was $25,000, and say the logger makes, $10,000 off the chips. So his costs were $35,000, but because we take the town off that they keep the chips, it's $25,000.
Okay.
Decomposes. Okay, I think we're all set. Nothing more from the audience on this?
Nothing on Zoom either.
Okay,
Thanks, Bill.
great,
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So next, and I don't know if we have anyone from Reading Teachers Association here, but we can just look in our packet at the memo and that will shorten this before we get to another vote. Over the weekend, we received an email from the Reading Teachers Association, and for the audience, I'll just, maybe I can, thank you for putting it up, Jackie. So this was something that the Reading Teachers Association put to us, also with the para educators and secretaries. And the gist of it is they would like to be included in any hazard pay for town employees. As we all recall, we heard from the police, fire, dispatch, and another union, which was custodians and DPW, and I forget the third, cafeteria workers. So one of the fundamental questions, and maybe we can talk about this, it's working throughout the pandemic. I mean, the pandemic is happening now. Do we have a sense when we hear from, members like this union and the other unions, are we thinking hazard pay for people only who worked during certain parts of the pandemic, or the lockdown period, or the entire part, or do we even want to go there in differentiating?
We have to go there. I'll start since you
Go
asked the
ahead,
question.
I mean,
Somebody else can answer
because
as well.
it's a difficult thing, but I guess, we knew the police officers, every day of lockdown, they had to work.
Yep.
Teachers did not have to work every day of lockdown, but some of them did.
Right, I mean, so I
Most didn't,
think
but some
there's
did.
phases that happened in the pandemic, right? So, you think about March 13th to 2020, probably through most of the summer, right? Most of us were relatively locked down in that period without much going on. But I would include in my estimation, as I think this through, is until the first wave of vaccines was available to everybody. That's the time frame I'm thinking of personally, and so that brings us up until basically May of 2021.
So May of 2021, March of 2020 to May of 2021 is your proposal.
That's in my head. It's an idea for people to consider and toss around. It does change the equation, but it's also very hard to sit here and say, well, this was more valuable. That's going to be impossible for us to do. So we have to be careful, really careful about how we handle that.
It just
in
would be
terms of
nice to
timeframe.
have a standard so that we applying the same standard to every essential worker or different ones for different categories. I guess I don't think that's necessarily appropriate, but time frame is easy, because that can apply to everybody. Does anyone else have a thought?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I actually totally agree with Tom, and we didn't have any discussion about this beforehand, but, a lot of what Lieutenant Abadi in particular was talking about resonated with me about some of the concerns of bringing something home and the precautions that people are taking, things like that. I think a lot of that persisted well beyond that first, month or two, and certainly into the fall. And so I think that timeline of when the first therapeutics and when vaccine availability became widespread is probably a reasonable cut point. And just for simplicity's sake, we could probably do something like tie it to our fiscal year and say, if you were working before, the end of June in 2020, what would that be, 2021, that you're in the consideration set, and then we figure out what else are we gonna apply. Is it you're in a role where you're required to be, in person during that time as well, for instance, so from a timeline perspective, I think that sort of spring of 21 timeline makes
So
a lot
we're
of
not
sense.
gonna prorate, for example, and say, well, most school staff were not, most weren't in person until, late fall 2020, right? And whereas police, fire, dispatch were in person for, 8 months longer. We're gonna prorate and then I'll get to Mark.
Yeah, we might have different opinions on that. I would argue that is slicing it too thinly and it's gonna be
Okay.
really difficult to do from an administrative perspective.
It's just something so the public hears us
Yeah.
think it through.
And the reason that I personally can get comfortable with that is when we're talking about something like hazard pay, we're not really talking necessarily about compensating people for their time. We're talking about compensating them for like some emotional sort of toll that, that the risk of their job entailed during that time. And I don't know how much that differs based on whether you were working in sort of that uncertain environment for 8 months or 11 months. Like, I don't know how much that actually differs in practice. Like, I'm not sure we could really get to that, quantify that finally.
I know it feels like more people got COVID once we were all back, and then we had the variants that were more transmissible. That's when everyone started getting it.
In practice, lots of staff across lots of different departments got COVID because of their exposures at work, right? We know that that's true, and certainly even after the time, when the therapeutics and vaccines came online, that was the case. So, that to me feels like sort of an appropriately. I do think it's appropriate to filter it by people who, had to be in the building during that period, people who were on the payroll during that time, right? We have lots of new staff. I don't think somebody who got hired 6 months ago should necessarily, get COVID back pay, or hazard pay, but that does feel sort of like a reasonable time frame at which to snap the chalk.
I'm just taking notes as an idea of up to end of fiscal year 21.
I just thought that would be the sort of the cleanest from an administrative sort of counting perspective, but it doesn't.
Okay, Mark,
it's not
you
the
had
only
your
way
hand
to-
up?
Yeah, so maybe just to add another track, so in agreement with some pieces of this and being very careful not to try to slice and dice and find these minuscule chunks and differentiation. I think that we're on a very slippery slope. I think that there are pretty strong arguments to be made that hazardous conditions, mental stress, lots of things took place for a lot of people. And I think that if we get into a situation of this one's more, this one's less, this one's in between, we're going to get into a really tough situation in terms of morale, in terms of having really good reasons and ideas on how to cut it. And I urge us to be very, very careful with that. I think that if we're going to consider doing something like this, I think that the number of people impacted is large. It's not small. And if we're going to kind of think down that path, we're going to need to kind of come back with, well, how are we going to treat people? Treating them differently, I think, is concerning to me and divisive, frankly. And we want to be very careful about that. The flip side is that if it's a very large number of people, no matter what number we would allocate per person or per whatever, would be huge. And we've got to just be really careful with how we're thinking about it. I think to me the worst outcome is to kind of have a bunch of tiers that I think will just serve to get a lot of people angry as opposed to accomplishing the purpose that we're hoping it.
Right, when we get to the discussing my table towards the end of the meeting, I tried to just treat everybody the same and say, well, we have our first request. We could not afford to give everybody what was first proposed by us for the group of 100 first responders, because there's not even enough ARPA money to do that. I kind of mentally computed maybe we have close to 800 people. And so then you say some flat number, and then we gotta refine out the 800 people. It's probably a little bit smaller, but it's a big number. If you divide it, it may not be a lot like what everyone wanted, but it's something and it's a recognition of some sort, and I kind of computed it a couple of ways. We'll get to that later. This was kind of just about the teachers, but it's talking about them help set a framework. Now, Chris, do you have something? And also, please, Jeff and Andrew, I know you're remote. Please raise your hands to add to the conversation if you have a question.
I think
Okay, Jeff, we'll get to you right after Chris.
Thanks, Mary. I think for simplicity's sake, and we should just go, instead of 15 months or whatever, it should just be 1 year, so using March or whatever till March of next year. To alleviate the whole fiscal year, et cetera, I think that we are just gonna come up with a figure to give to this group or that group, and they are then going to dole it out to the people that were in there. We're not gonna make that decision. They're gonna make the decision for us to know who was there. The police might have 55 people now. 10 might have been gone since then, it's really 40. And now they can split that portion of the money up accordingly to who was there.
So say hypothetically, and I know this isn't the breakdown, if we had, I'll simplify number 500, and 300 were teachers, and 100 were police, and 100 were the other union, police, fire, dispatch, 100 were the other union, we'd say, okay, we have 500,000, and I'm totally making that up. 300,000 for teachers, you guys figure it out, unions. 200 for police,
Yeah,
like
it's not
whatever,
for
like,
us
is that what
to-
you're saying?
Yeah, it's not for us to be like the cafeteria person. When did they work again? Like, and just get into the weeds. We're gonna have to rely
So
that
pass the
they are going.
aggravation on to someone else.
But they're going, it's not the aggravation, I mean, they're gonna get something in the end for doing it. It's more of that they're gonna know who worked, who was really here. Like I said, the police, they might have 55 people, but back then they might have had 30, they might have had 80.
Right, no, I
We just have to come up with the figure in what we believe is fair for the organization, and then they have to trust that they're going to dole it out
And I mean, that's
accordingly.
assuming we're probably coming to that conclusion, but I think we're hearing all of these requests and we're gonna have another meeting where we start prioritizing, and it may be, okay, we do all these and here's what's left kind of thing too. And then there's other important needs, like the person spoke at public comment, do we have something left for the other impacts, which is an ongoing impact from the pandemic.
And I know Chief Burns made the recommendation that he's excluded from the funds. So that minuses one of the firefighters kind of scenario.
Sure.
So, I just think that we have to trust that, Chief Clark, Chief Burns, they're all gonna be able to dole this out accordingly to who actually worked during the pandemic when nobody else wanted to, or who knows what. Like I gave my example back then.
Right, so I'm just
I-
saying, let the groups subdivide, is kind of your gist.
That's
We have
the,
to subdivide first and then they subdivide within
Yes.
themselves.
Subdivide. Okay, now,
I'm not sure structurally we can give like the RTA a lump sum to dole out to their members. We'd have to,
We have to work with logistics.
yeah,
Okay.
Conceptually, what he's saying is okay, but the logistics of how it happens is a whole other story.
Right, that
We
may
have
be
both
something
Jeff
we.
and Andrew on the thing that want to speak.
Okay, so let's go to our remote members, first Jeff, then Andrew. Jackie, can you patch them in?
Yeah, so I'm just, I do wonder whether we're gonna, give a lump sum and have them divided up, which is, sort of typical, like we allocate a certain amount to the schools and then they, in the town budget, right, and then the school committee votes on how to do that, or the superintendent makes certain decisions. I don't know to what extent, though, we're gonna find that, I mean, of course, we only recommend to the select board, and then the select board gets to decide how they want to say it.
True.
And whether we're going to come back and say, gee, the superintendent just decided it was too much, I'm just making something up, right? Too much work to divide out who worked longer or less, and he's just given, the same amount to everyone, even though some people were in the building with special needs kids that, that had to be taught in person for the whole time versus some of the teachers that, came back towards the end when, when finally we got to the in-person or hybrid for the different grade levels, right? Because certain grades went in earlier than others. And I mean, I think there's some prorating that should be done, and I don't know if that's, I mean, it's a lot of work for anybody to do it. I don't know whether we want to do it, whether the select board wants to do it, whether the superintendent wants to do it, or whether it's just such a difficult task to figure that out.
Yeah, I mean, So, and Andrew, you had something to add to?
Yeah, I think, I do think we're gonna have to at least understand what the size of the pool is. So we're gonna have to make some sort of determination, is it people who work during what period of the pandemic? So we have some idea of what we're actually giving. So if we say, oh, we'll just make it $500,000, you gotta divvy it up, does that come up to, $1,000 a person, or $2,000 a person per employee? You had that good chart that you'd done.
Yeah, I think I came
done.
up to almost, if we had like 800 employees and the original 750,000, it was just under 1,000 per employee. But then I said, okay, say you took 10% of what's remaining, because they gave us a 10% number, and then that kind of cut that in half. And I was just playing with numbers to give an example, because it's.
No, I was thinking about the chart we had of what other towns had done.
Oh.
And some had sort of taken lump sum numbers, some had said X dollars per person, per employee,
Right.
basically.
That was in the packet, and one of the things that was, we hadn't discussed at the time, but in my own research, is some of the communities we were being compared with, and it's not just that they got more ARPA money than us because they're bigger populations, they got more ARPA money because they were different kinds of metropolitan communities. Like Arlington is a key example. The feds, I guess, did not give out money, ARPA money, and Fidel, you can chime in, proportionately just on population. Certain places were defined to be these kind of metropolitan areas that got that much more, because I would see that Arlington had almost the same amount of population as Andover, only a little bit more. Andover got 10 million, Arlington got 35 million. Arlington was defined as some kind of metropolitan area. I don't even think Chelsea was defined as a metropolitan area. They got money, but it was because they have a huge population. So it was much easier to say, when you're getting that much money, oh, we can say 10% is a fair amount. There's another site that has the list, like a lot of those were metropolitan areas. The ones that weren't, that would be comparable to us, say might be Canton, I think Bridgewater wasn't on the list, like comparable suburban towns. Arlington is just, it's a hard comparison, because, and Chicopee was a metropolitan area.
Really?
I think because of, it was like, what is the town and what does it serve? Go ahead, Mark.
What are comments for us to think about also? So
Let me bring up that
taking these lists, and I think some of your research, Marianne, probably came up with this also. This is a tough issue for all 351 communities in the Commonwealth, and perhaps beyond, but we'll think about the Commonwealth for now. And at this point, I think the list that we're looking at probably represent maybe 10% or so of the communities that are at this point that are deciding to have some
Right, I have
form of
the list.
compensation this way.
So that we're called a non-entitlement area, and then there's these metropolitan areas. So in Massachusetts, for example, I'm sorry, non-entitlement, I have it backwards. The kinds of places that got much more ARPA money than we did: Arlington, Attleboro, Barnstable, Boston, Brockton, Brookline, Cambridge, Chicopee, Fall River, Framingham, Gloucester, Haverhill, Holyoke, Lawrence, Leominster, Lowell, Lynn, Malden, Medford, Methuen, New Bedford, Newton, Northampton, Peabody, Pittsfield, Plymouth, Quincy, Revere, Salem, Somerville, Springfield, Taunton, Waltham, Westfield, Weymouth, Worcester, Yarmouth. So it's a kind of a varying range, but those are places that got, even if they seem like they had similar population, much more money proportionately, just because of the nature of what they are. And so I didn't have time before this meeting. I probably should have gone through their lists and maybe put asterisks and say, well, you're a metro and you're not. But they did that work, and it was good that they did that work. But I think we can even look at that list and see, Haverhill, Lowell, Lawrence, we weren't getting the same amount. I mean, Malden got so much ARPA money, they were giving Malden's not on their list, it's on the metro list. They're giving every high school graduate a $1,000 scholarship or something. So, yes, it was in the news.
So can we,
Just to get back on our track with what's fair for them, we're gonna have to come up with an amount if this is where we're going.
Yeah.
And a mechanism.
before we go there, can we go back to the framework a little bit?
Right.
I feel like we kind of strayed off that a little bit. I think Andrew's point about having harder numbers for each of the negotiating unions
Like-
is important.
And like a
Right.
head count.
We need to know, you know, what body, you know, and so to provide that, we have to provide the framework of what the working time and conditions were at that point in time. As I've listened to all this, and you know, obviously it's been something in my mulling around in my head for a little bit. I kind of look at it as two phases. The immediate first phase where we knew nothing, but everybody was afraid, right? Which I'll classify for the sake of argument right now, and people can do what they want with that, from March to September of 2020. As we were preparing for the school year, we knew a little bit more. We needed ventilation. We know we needed masks. We knew we needed other things, and so that's kind of where my cutoff is, because we prepared for that. We went hybrid, so some were in, some were out. We knew there were high needs populations, whether it's kindergarten or special education, that had to be in the buildings on a regular basis, and we knew what teachers were appropriately aligned with that. And then the next 6 months, using Chris's cutoff, and that's right about the time when teachers were eligible for vaccines, whether the greater population was or wasn't, but teachers were, to the next March would be, you know, phase 2, if I were to think about it from the way in which the timelines went. We can expand those one way or the other as we think about it, but I think there's a, to Mark, to your point about the psychological side of it, there's a little bit different psychological side of it in that first wave of, we're hitting this major pandemic, something's happening, it's coming out of, you know, we're you know, whatever. We don't necessarily know what the impact is. Everybody's scared of, you know, hospitalization rates are high, you know, everybody, you know, reduce the peak, all that kind of fun stuff that we're having at that point in time, versus kind of the return to school phase, first phase of return to school, and then the second phase of return to school actually for us was April, right? That's when we finally got all our high schoolers back in school. That's when we got all of our middle schoolers back in school, all of our elementary schools back in school was April 2020.
Yeah, and I don't know how much
If we were to
staff was
follow
in there,
those
yeah,
phases,
and other things,
we were to say there was enough confidence in the environment at the time of April 2020 that we had, 2021, sorry, that we had all of our students back in school. That seems like a natural cutoff from a risk perspective.
And so
May not be right,
goes to
but-
Chris's year.
It goes to Chris's
A
year.
year with 2 phases.
In a year
A
with
higher risk phase and a lower risk phase, plus head count. So we can't get to a framework in this meeting, but we know we need to get to a framework. So I'll set a time in a future meeting for a planning framework for this, maybe.
One thing I think we may want to consider also, so, you know, I'm hearing, you know, risk in phases and in return. There are also a lot of folks who may not have returned, who I'm going to argue took on responsibilities well above and beyond anything that we could have possibly asked of them. And for in different areas, that even though they may not have physically been present, that's part of the psychological aspect that I'm thinking of also. And there's the risk that they undertook was more in figuring out how to do things completely differently. Example, figuring out how to engage younger kids maybe is a bigger, you know, thing if they're thinking about it as an example. We heard of some folks who went into you know, to different situations at different times. I think that what I would want to not do is just say, well, there's physical and there's non-physical, and physical is X and non-physical is half X. I think we have to be careful how we start thinking about that. I think if we say, you know, that one in particular, I think, is this very slippery slope. I just, this one is just so hard to think through.
And let's not forget the survey, I mean, we're not only dictated by the survey data, but this was not, I was surprised, some of it came up in priority, but it was kind of, I would say it probably was the middle. In the survey, 5 or 6 in the survey data, so I don't know that we have, I don't know the best way to approach it.
To whatever we decide to do to try not to be divisive to the community and different people. I think that's one of the things we're gonna need to think about.
But I think though people do, there's a physical risk is life or death. I mean, mental stress is mental stress. The people were also stressed at home that their kids weren't learning, you know, or couldn't respond to their remote learning no matter what someone did. I mean, there's a lot, but then there's life or death, putting yourself in something where there aren't enough masks and you have to, you know, pick up the COVID patient and bring them to jail or to the hospital like the firefighters are trying. I mean, that's something that, to me, that feels different, but that's just my opinion. Chris?
Thanks, Mary. Yeah, I mean, I like Tom's phases thing. I think we would weight meaning, add more to a figure for the first phase, obviously, compared to the second, if we were gonna get into the weeds like that. The other thing about us, ascribing money and whatnot and doing it that way is, what about employees that were here back then, who are no longer here? Are they gonna be getting money if they're in Illinois right now?
I don't
That's
how
why
we can
when
track
we,
that.
that's why when we like try to get in breaking things down, if you were to say that the Reading Police Department got 500 grand, we would have their number of people, so we could estimate it ourselves and break it down and be like, yep, they'd get $1,000 each. That's how we'd see it. Then the police would be in charge to dole it out, and maybe someone gets 3 grand because, there's 37 employees that were there during that time. They have, the payroll company and whatnot is gonna have the hours that people worked. I'm not sure if they ascribed it under the COVID pay that came out probably a little bit later, because I had to pay some employees that route. But just, there's way too many different scenarios. You can come up with loopholes and scenarios that change everything. That's why I think it's more of a default figure we can estimate that seems reasonable, where it's like the police get $38 each. Like, that doesn't seem reasonable. But we can, if that's what somebody ends up getting because they were there for 3 days because of our figure on our cutoff being a year, if they were there right 3 days left, then it is what it is. I just think that we should come up with, if we're gonna weight phases between 1 and 2, 1 would obviously be getting more than 2, or for simplicity's sake, you just go with the year. This group gets this group gets that, and then figure it out. I think Dr. Milachevsky and everyone else, whoever's gonna be in charge of it, it's gonna be a figure that they know that they're gonna want to give to their staff, employees, et cetera. I don't think they're gonna have an issue giving money away, but.
Yeah. Anyone else at this end? I mean, I don't think we're gonna resolve it tonight, but we're starting the discussion.
Mark's been warning about this, and I see it happening. I think we should be very careful about not trying to do too fine of cuts, right? Like, to Mark's point, right? There wasn't as much physical risk to teachers, but teachers don't make overtime. Teachers don't get paid overtime. And, if a teacher worked 60-hour weeks to try and convert all their lessons to online in those first couple of months, mixed success. We all acknowledge that it wasn't always a home run, right? But if a teacher worked, 50% more hours to make that work, I mean, is that worth compensating, in some small token way? I would argue that it probably is, right? Police officers, when they work extra hours, they make overtime, right? They have a different contractual structure from that perspective. So I don't want this to become a cops versus teachers thing, right?
It's a time versus risk thing, I guess, now.
And frankly, none of $1,000 or $7,000 is not going to be sort of adequate to compensate for the many additional hours that a lot of people worked, or for some of the risks that folks had to take in various roles, on both town and school side. So, it's sort of a moot point to try and cut it too precisely from my perspective. And my strong preference would be to have sort of a time frame that says, look, if you worked on behalf of the town and you had some risk and some exposure during that time, then we're going to try and figure out how many people that is, and we're going to figure out how much we can comfortably allocate to that group. And then we're going to recognize that I don't want to say it's a token, but it's it's almost a token in some sense of appreciation and recognition for the for what folks did for us, for the town, for the safety of the town, for the kids of the town, et cetera. But it's not really adequate compensation for some of what was lost during that time, right? Both on the risk side, the mental health side, the actual time side in the case of a teacher. So I mean that's what that's where I come down on this is I just we're assigning value to certain things and not to others, and it's easy to make an argument that those things we're not assigning value to actually were also very, very valuable.
So at a minimum, I had pulled this from your packet where and I forgot to include nurses in my count. Should we at least ask all of these groups for for a head count that they had for a 1-year period, so at least we, like, to Andrew's point, we know what we're working with. Like, I have the current, head count from a school committee packet. I got an estimate from the police. The custodian, cafeteria worker, DPW didn't give me a head count. They estimated it might be on par with the other ones, but I think we should need that information going into our discussions.
Yeah, why don't we, I'm not saying that it should be this, but why don't we just say, can you give us a head count on everyone who worked March 2020 or whatever to March 2021?
Yeah,
Within this timeframe, we wanna know, and maybe it's 712 people, or maybe it's 9.
But that'll help us understand what an
That
amount will
seems
do,
because
given
that-
in all these other
Because then
requests.
that's gonna show that they know who was then, so then we can feel more confident that it's going to go to the correct people that actually worked during the pandemic.
Jeff and Andrew.
Why are we asking the unions and not just asking town hall who actually paid them? Just get a list of from town hall who was paid during that period.
It is paid out essentially, so I mean theoretically you could ask payroll here.
So town payroll and school
Payroll
payroll.
and school from towns can do it.
I did ask this question about 6 months ago, and I think we have to just figure out who exactly would include if not excluding people who worked kind of piecework, if you will. The number is close to 1,000, but not
Yeah.
excluding them.
Like
So I don't
it's
think
the
it's that high.
extended day, there was no extended day until this year, so I'm not trying to say,
There was,
When?
it was much smaller, so the number of people was much smaller, but there wasn't the 2021 school year. And we were overstaffed because of the problem, and we actually had a budget problem because of it, but there was
but,
extended.
okay, so extended day was turned off for
Most
some
of
it.
extended day employees are also full day regular employees from a para perspective. and
Okay,
things
so
like
they
that
shouldn't
too.
be double paid.
So they shouldn't be double paid, you should make sure that it's clear from who the person is, right?
And then do we include, like, when I looked at district head count, and they're not in the union, but I see administration, 60 under administration. Do they get included too? Cause then I'd say you have 981, some of these, the cafeteria and custodial fall under the other union, but that's, some 900 people just on the school side.
I mean, I think that's, so before I go and answer, you have both Jeff, Andrew, and Alex on the Zoom who have their hands raised.
Okay,
Give them a
so
chance.
we haven't heard from Alex, and then I'll go to Jeff and Andrew.
Yeah, I just want to say I've sat through your last 2 meetings. Full disclosure, I am in the engineering union, and my rep did make the request last week. And
Right, Michael.
I just want to first say that I appreciate the nuance and thoughtful discussion that you guys are having. It's not an enviable position as someone who is on the other side, and I think it is important to consider not pitting people against each other on who risks more and who is more putting themselves in the line of fire. When it comes down to it, everyone banded together and got their job done, and we provided essential services, and we kept the community running through public works, safety, and even non-union positions. So, that's just something, I'm still waiting on my agenda item, but I really appreciate the discussion, and it's not an enviable position to try to decide something like this. So, no further comment. Just a thank you.
Did you say you're still waiting on your agenda item?
Yeah, the mallet land.
Okay, yep, sorry, we're gonna do the vote,
Yeah.
right? And I think we're,
We lost Andrew, but Jeff still has his hand raised, and then Chuck has.
okay,
I was just gonna say that there was some comment as to whether people who worked during the pandemic but are no longer employed by the town would still be eligible. And I would like to strongly say that I believe they should be, for whatever reason that they had to leave, maybe they retired, whatever, that we should include everybody who worked during the pandemic, regardless of whether they're still employed by the town or schools.
Andrew's back, his hand is raised.
okay. Andrew, and then we'll go to Chuck.
I think my general feeling is we should not try to parse this too finely and try and I sort of agree with the spoke from the engineering department, trying to weigh, this person's took extra risk, this one didn't, this one is here, this one, I think maybe based on hours worked, but this is never going to sort of really make up for, you know, what happened during COVID that was a once in a lifetime experience. This is just hopefully a little bit more than a token thank you for recognizing people did some extraordinary work. And I think it's true for both the schools and town employees. I don't think we should try and parse it too finely between them, because it will just make people upset.
Yeah. Okay, Chuck and then Joe. Chuck, you had your hand up.
So I'm just here in union a lot, and I know that public services is maybe the only non-union group in the town. And I know that our inspectional services, building inspector, plumbing inspector, they all worked. And they had to be out there. I had to be out there too. I had inspections myself. So just don't forget about those people. So I'm just here in union, everyone's in the union.
Yeah, just because those were the people that came before us.
I knew that you wouldn't forget about it, but I just wanted to make sure. So anyways, it's late, but thank you.
Yeah.
You're on our mind particularly tonight.
And Joe?
No, just a minor point, like I definitely think a lot of people made big sacrifice, a lot more than myself, who could work like, you know, remote the whole time, but like the only thing I really struggle with is the math. Like we have 3.4, 3.5 million, and like if we don't cut it really tight, I don't know how material it will be to folks.
You're gonna get a $50 gift card is what it's gonna be if we start adding up to 3,000, 2,000 people.
By cutting it really tight, you know, do we really create this slippery slope, like Mark is saying, and does it get really divisive, right? Like who are the most important people? That's really what I worry about. And if we were like at 3.5, just stop now if we're going in this direction, because I don't know, I just think there's too many employees in question here. You just run the numbers, you know, to make any type of material impact. So.
I don't know, I ran some numbers we'll get to later, but I think we're probably, you have one more thing to say, Tom?
One more thing, just to
Because then we can move on.
be a voice of dissent and make us think about it a little bit longer. Not that it's gonna be the answer, not that we have to talk about it, but I think the point, you know, is being raised over there is a valid point, and the point we've talked about in terms of the number of people is a valid point. And in my conversations with different members, not as a negotiating body necessarily, but just as people acknowledge that different people took different risks. I mean, there's a psychological risk too, but the physical risk is a higher risk. It was a higher risk, and most people will acknowledge that there was a different risk level for people that were physically in front of people, dealing with people. Chuck was at my house in June of 2020, inspecting my property in June of 2020, but you know, it was outside. But even so, those people that took the physical risk, I think it is a different thing. And we're gonna have a hard time if we come down to 750,000 and, you know, over 1,000 employees that we're talking about. Sean's point is valid too. It's somewhat tokenish. It kind of feels empty. But I think, and I understand Mark's point as well. You can't really parse it too much, but there are some lines we could parse a little bit to make those risks a little bit higher, and then others can receive other things. I'm not saying, I'm not a broad brush painter personally. I don't think everybody gets $1,000 and you're good to go is necessarily the right answer either. I think there's a difference in terms of the risks, and I hear the caution, but I also want to make sure that we acknowledge that there is a fairness, some would say equity difference, between the risks that people took as well, in this mode, in this time period. I don't want to just say the easy answer is everybody gets the same thing, because I don't think that's right either at all, personally.
All right, Mark, and then we really gotta move on because we have to take a vote.
No, I appreciate the question. I think though it starts to get into value judgments that I think we don't really want to make. You know, every community, as I mentioned, is facing this. To date, I think it might be 10% of the communities have decided to actually do something, meaning that 90% have not. And there's a reason. It's a really, really difficult thing. And I agree with Sean's point too. I think whatever we do, however we parse it, we're not able to adequately compensate people for what changed. Even though that's kind of ARPA's purpose, is to figure out how can we help that. I don't see there isn't a possible way of doing it no matter what. And even if we allocated, you know, all of the money, I'm not sure that would have taken care of it either. I think the question we're going to have to face is how do we do it in a way that is supportive of the community, is in recognition of how people had to work, and some were definitely in front of people on a daily basis. Others had to change completely how they worked, and they have been forced into retirement as a result. It had different impacts on different people. I'm concerned that it's not okay for us to make the value judgment. I don't know that everyone would agree with the statement you said.
I don't think everybody would, no, but I think a good
I'm not sure
amount.
that that's clear. Some people definitely would. I think
So is it
other
a
people
value
wouldn't.
judgment to just say, we can't make this decision and we have so many other needs, let's just thank them and that's it, like that, I guess that's a judgment too.
So again, at this point, I think the number of communities that have decided they are going to do something is very small, because they're facing the same discussion that we're facing. And it's really difficult. And Reading will decide what Reading decides that they're going to do. But there is an understanding that no matter what, we can't compensate them for what went on. What do we think that we can do, and how does that fit with all these other things that we're going to attempt to do? And I'm not kind of screaming in disagreement. I'm acknowledging kind of where we are and the need to just be careful with how we do this.
Just one last thing, Maria. Like, for me, I'm not gonna diminish mental health and everything that obviously is ballooned out of control, and we're gonna be dealing with it for the next decade, the ramifications from that. But there is a clear difference between somebody that went into somebody's house that had COVID compared to somebody that sat behind a computer screen. Whoever that is, whatever department, whatever scenario it is, there is a clear difference between knowing someone has COVID and just being in my house. I'm not sure that anything on Boston has been decided and whatnot, but my wife went to work 2 days a week at Boston Children's Hospital. I don't believe she's getting anything. And she went in and she could bring it home to me with a pre-existing condition and kids and everything else. I never expected really to get anything from that, but going into a scenario where a person knowingly had COVID, it has a massive risk compared to anything else. We have to just put ourselves back to the beginning. It's so easy to just walk around and think everything's fine now, but back then, like I said, I had asthma. I'm a 40-year-old person. I thought I was Superman, and then to find out if something happened back then, I could have died. Like that is massively different than any other scenario. It's just hard for me to just get on board with something else. I really think anybody who worked during the pandemic, yes, should get something, but for me, if you were put into known positions, that is massively different. We just have to think back then. Nobody wanted to do anything back then at all. Some people still don't want to do anything. That's how it is for me.
I know we want to move off of this. I don't disagree. I don't think probably anybody disagrees that there's a difference in that. I don't think we are going to productively get to an outcome. Like that would require you to differentiate between firefighters and police dispatchers, for instance, right? Like I don't know that we're going to get to that outcome in a productive way among this group. So I think we need to think about. I think we need to get to. And we've all been saying this. I think we're just figuring out how fine those dividing lines are.
Right.
I think we just need to figure out a set of dividing lines that we're sort of comfortable with. Gather the data, from the various administrative organizations, and use that to inform an allocation, right? So.
I think this was a discussion there's other discussions we're not looking forward to when we make our final decisions, but this was one we had to have sooner or later, so we're having it tonight, and it's not easy. And we have some other things, I think we can continue this, but I know the vote in the next agenda item, the people have been waiting patiently. So we have a follow-up vote, and I was hoping this would be quick, but there may be a difference on the amount. Based on the last meeting, my notes, and I have the presentation here, I know they wanted $100,000, but they said $50,000 now would be a big help, and we're not saying we wouldn't give you another 50, but the 50 would get you started, and then before we make our final recommendation. And if there's a reason why it should be 100, Now, we knew there was an urgent amount, and I had in my notes that 50 now would help in advance of the grant, and clearly you have something to say, Mr. Jerome.
I'm just standing up with the group. Alex Rizicki is actually gonna do the speaking.
Okay, thank you, Alex. So that I was just laying the groundwork with my recollection from the last meeting and correct anything I've misspoken or.
No, I do have slides. I don't know if I should share or Jackie got them late. But I was just asked a couple of follow-up questions to clarify the amount by the board, and I have one or two quick slides.
Sure. Yeah, I don't
to
think
go back over that.
I don't think we got any additional slides, so if Jackie has them or if she'll let you share your screen, I'm just scrolling through.
They're not this moment.
Whatever you prefer, Alex, I can share them if you want.
Thank you.
Yep. So just to recap quickly, this is in regards to the Morgan Conservation Land. I'm Alex Rizicki in the engineering department. Been enjoying the presentations thus far today, and when I'm with senior planner Andrew McNichol and Chuck Tyrone, the man of the hour, the man of the night. Next slide. We don't have to go, I think everyone remembers the history. This is just in case anyone watching on TV, needs a recap of the Morgan land. This project dates back a couple of years, and the land dates back to the town, actually since 1884. It's off Lowell Street and Willow Street near Austin Prep. Next slide. Currently, since we last spoke, actually, we've done some invasive management removal. The Japanese knotweed, which keeps coming up around town. In the bottom left picture, we've mobilized a $10,000 contract internally funded to begin that process because, as you probably heard other times tonight, it's best to, apparently the experts say, to cut that back in June and then dab it in glyosulfate it in September when the flowers start to bloom again. But like we discussed last time, this is a stormwater project, an open trails project, a recreation project, and a sewer maintenance project, all tied into one. Next slide. Again, a quick overview. We're looking between Lowell Street and Willow Street along the Aberjona River. There's an existing sewer easement that carries one of our larger sewer mains through the area, and the MBTA tracks define the site on the, I guess you'd call it southern edge of this page, probably realistically the southwest portion of the site. Next slide. Again, this is the same slide from last time. The next two will be a little different, but just to go over the benefits quickly, because I think this project speaks to a lot of areas that the board has talked about already tonight. But this would be a huge inland flooding mitigation project. People earlier talked that the Birch Meadow often floods. We have the data and the pictures that show that this would be step one and beneficial to that upstream area. It is interconnected by the Aberjona River. Invasive species removal and management has already taken place, a vital part of the project. Improved accessibility, open space and rec development, educational opportunities and green space improvements, something that keeps coming up on the survey, as I'm sure you are aware. Next slide. So this is where we left off last time. Our request really is for $100,000. Initially, the question was posed, is this time sensitive? And I think that's something you guys have gone to a couple times tonight. And the 50,000 is time sensitive. I started going back through the math here, and I included the proposed fees for the consultant. That rounds out to 112,000. So the DPW budget has allocated $50,000 as part of fiscal year 22 out of their operating budget to get started. That leaves us still $62,000 short, which would be due basically before September is over, when we need these plans finalized so that we can accept our MVP grant or hopefully accept the earmark allocations that are near the bottom of the page, but just to run from top to bottom, we're still, more or less asking for 62,000 at least to fund the rest of the design. We've already funded also $10,000 in invasive management. That's going to be a recurring cost of $15,000 for the next 3 to 5 years alone. So just in funding the design, not considering any additional scope creep or additional fees and charges by the consultants, as this estimate is almost a year old at this point, we're looking at, just off the top of my head, $80,000 just to get the design and invasive management done before next fiscal year. And then obviously, the big ticket items are right behind here. There's a 20% match requirement on an earmark of 1.5 million, and the alternative, both these are great options when people are willing to back your project for millions. It's a good problem to have, as Fidela said, but there'd be a 25% match requirement on MVP on the total project cost, which was estimated at 2.25. It's probably ticked up given inflation, bidding climate. Then one more slide, it would just be the next slide, and on kind of why I think Arpa is the right avenue for this project. It has positive feedback and momentum for the grants and earmarks. We've reached out to a lot of state legislators and our state reps, and I think it would go a long way to say that the town has voted to allocate money rather than taking money out of the budget, which taking money out of the budget also leaves you a bit of the unknown in case something does come up down the road. And like I was speaking to in the last slide, if awarded the earmarks or MVP grants, we're looking at a match of somewhere between $450,000 and $570,000 over the next year or two. The Stormwater Enterprise Fund currently has $900,000, but there are capital projects in there, and with the rising costs of pretty much anything we do these days, you want to keep those healthy and not take a huge chunk out of that if you can help it. The drainage master plan alone, I believe, costs $100,000, and the findings in that will find some major allocations or some possible allocations down the road. And you never know what's going to break or what's going to happen. I alluded to earlier, consulting construction costs are increasing. There's still some modeling and things to do to really refine this cost. This was a 75% estimate as of June 2021. And I did have a quick look at the Arpa community survey, and I think this speaks to a lot of the things supported within the survey. Top 4 area to improve would be local recreation. I think that this meets that goal. And a top 5 sample project, from what I had seen, number 2 was flood control infrastructure, and number 3 was parks. You couldn't find a better flood control infrastructure project in the town of Reading. And really, when you go down to it, you couldn't find a better flood control infrastructure project within the entire Mystic River watershed, if you look. So a lot of towns benefit from this, not just the town of Reading, and it's a continuous benefit for the community to enjoy. It's not a one-time cost. This project is indefinite, and as the climate changes, we get more rainfall. Things like this could really benefit the immediate vicinity and the larger region as a whole. So there's a lot of people looking towards Reading to make the first step in making something like this happen. And that's all I got. So if there's any other follow-up questions, I'm willing to take them. And I don't know if Chuck or Andrew had anything to add as well, or Fidel.
Can I just ask, so you would say you would want time sensitive now to be ready for September, 62,000, not 50,000, and I heard 80,000 in there. I just want to understand.
Yeah, I mean, without even getting into construction or earmark or matching, we're looking at 77,000 just to be ready for the potential in case this project is given funding. So the invasive management is 15,000 every year. We don't have that in the budget. We were not, equipped to do that.
So it's
and
62 plus 70.
invasive management seems to be a popular ticket. We also in order to accept an earmark for an MVP, and the MVP allocations come out in September, this design has to be done. We put in for construction, a 2-year construction project. If this design's not done, we can't accept construction dollars. We're not going to be able to construct the project if we don't get this done. So, you know, I'm looking at a minimum of $77,000 next fiscal year without even going to bid, without going to construction. So I guess when we talk the 50 to 100, I guess really the minimum would, if we're really going to get down to the nth degree, would be $77,000 without considering the consultant doing some additional design work, doing some public engagement and outreach. I'm just not sure that 20,000 we're talking about between the initial request and really hammering home the numbers is going to make a difference for the board. But I think in the long run, that money could be used towards a match, and that money won't go to waste, and it produces a better project, and it takes a little bit of stress off the existing funding sources.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from the board?
Yeah,
Joe?
just really quickly, you may not know the answer, but is there any chance that we may not, get, this application approved and everything? I think on the last meeting you said that it looked pretty good, but like, is it throwaway if we don't get it approved, or?
No. I mean, there's certainly, it's up to the state and their funding sources. This project's backed by the Mystic River Watershed and the Resilient Mystic Collaborative, and they have a good reach with those involved in doling out the funding. I would say the chances of us getting $0 would be pretty slim. I think the worst case, or I'd say worst, but we could get a portion of either. And at that rate, then we would need to come up with not only a match, we would need to come up with the additional capital. So I don't see this project sitting on a shelf for very long. I think this project was already funded through the MVP program, and they like seeing their projects built and come to fruition. It wouldn't make much sense for them to fund the design of this project, and then when we go to construction, them say, you know what, we actually don't love the project anymore.
So I could add to that too. So having 100% construction plans is essentially like going to an open house with cash. If they don't accept our project with these 2 requests that we have in here, we're going to have the 100% plans to apply for some new grants when they come around. So this is a great project. The town DPW and engineering department are backing us 100%. And to have these plans gets us in the door to a lot of upcoming grants. If we're not, I think what your question was, what happens if we don't get these grants? What happens to the plans? The plans are great, they're valid going forward with new grants and making this project move forward through all that process with anything that comes available.
Good, okay.
Okay, Tom?
I missed the first presentation last time. I apologize for that, but thank you for doing this. I think I did watch it back. Alex or Chuck, does any of the funding we're talking about now count towards the match funding?
That's actually, Andrew might be better. I can give you the quick answer. That's actually why we've parsed out the 50 and 50. Unfortunately, we'll have to write a contract a certain way, but when it boils down to it, the match for MVP does not start until they allocate it. So that's why we have not rushed in with our 100,000 yet. There's a chance, they allocate and some of the design work has to be completed and those hours and that dollars will count. But we had a meeting with the consultant last week to let them know that this is our path forward and that we would be signing contracts with amendments in order to sort of see how everything's going to come to play here. The earmark, I'm not sure on that. The earmark may be a little more generous on the match. That's the unfortunate thing about the MVP is they're not really rewarding us for going out and taking this on independently. But it's a great question.
Anyone else have a question on board? Chris?
Thanks, Marion. So the line item 6, public education and outreach for 11,000, what is that consisting of?
So far to date, we've had 2 public information sessions just to really get the public engaged in the process. There would be, a couple more neighborhood meetings. We've dealt with individuals on the trail committee, but we've certainly would like their input on that. And sort of just making sure that everyone's going to be happy with the project. That includes informational brochures, an up-to-date website, conceptual plans, renderings, and just various notices and information needed as part of the design. And that number is really sort of an MVP ask. They really like to see the public engaged in the process. So that kind of stems from the MVP this being part of the initial MVP application.
Thank you.
Are there any questions on the Zoom? Jackie, is there anyone on, like Jeff or Andrew or anyone on the Zoom?
Nobody's had it.
So we had down a vote for, I had put down a range of between 50 and 100K for this project. And Sean?
Can I suggest, and I can make the motion, but the time sensitive piece, it sounds like it's 62 plus 15.
It was 77, yeah.
And then we'll keep the remaining 23 and maybe a placeholder for the.
Yeah, and I
the
mean, that's
match
not
on the-
insubstantial either, because we saw some small, like you pointed out, small project
Yeah.
that could cover 2, garden club and
Yeah,
shelving, I mean,
yeah, which is why I think it makes sense to carve out the truly time sensitive part here, which allows them to be ready for the.
right, that's why that was my first
Yeah,
question.
that makes sense. So would you like a motion
Sure.
to that effect? So I move that we recommend to the select board $77,000 for the conservation project at the Millett Soames Morgan property.
Second.
Okay, so this will call for a roll call. I'll do it with our remote members first. So Jeffrey,
Yes.
Andrew,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
Mark,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Mary Ann, yes, okay. So that's done, thank you.
Thanks, folks.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your
Chuck,
time.
you're done.
Appreciate it.
Long
Thank
night.
you all. We
And
will keep you updated.
speaking of long night, we have a longer agenda item and a shorter agenda item coming up, and I see an audience member who, Mrs. Di Benedetto, are you more interested in the senior food agenda item?
Yes, that, and also I wanted to make a comment about when you opened the meeting tonight, we're talking about the low return, senior surveys.
Can you come up to the microphone? First of all, do we all agree we could just take the senior food topic out of order, seeing as I have an audience member? Okay, because it'll be brief. Thank you, and just please identify yourself.
Good evening, Rosemary Di Benedetto, Haystack Road, Reading. When you opened the meeting tonight, you started with the survey, and you noted the low return from seniors. It's because the survey was presented with a QR code.
We had paper copies though too.
Did you see the paper copy? The print is so small, you need a magnifying glass to read it. And there were paper copies at the center, at the desk. When seniors come in, they sign in at the computer and go to their class. A lot of them don't go to the desk. The surveys weren't promoted from the desk to say, make sure you take one of these. It just so happens if you were there and you said, what is this? But the font on it was extremely small.
No, I saw initial copies at the library the day they were out, and I even sent them back because they were in computer form, and I wasn't thinking of the font, but I know that the paper wasn't as optimal, and we couldn't control how they were promoted.
My point being is a third of the population are seniors. We probably only had 2% who actually could complete the the survey, whether it was paper or on a QR code. I just learned what a QR code was recently. You have to have a phone.
Well, no, we had website links, but yeah, it was more.
But seniors can't do that, and they don't have the right equipment, and you're telling them to plug in here and do that. They can't do that. The seniors in this town were not reached for that survey. They weren't.
Well, we did still vote some 900,000.
And I thank you for
which
that. But when you open the meeting and the bars showed very low return, the public is gonna get an idea that there isn't an interest in a new center.
I kind of assumed it was probably something like what you said, that it was hard.
But you assumed it, but the public watching this meeting.
Yeah, no, I think this is gonna be a lesson learned for when you do your recalc survey, because you'll run into the same issues.
Yeah, if I could add to that, so for the recalc survey, the group that is doing it is the, I keep saying genealogical, it's the, I don't have the right word.
Gerontology.
Gerontology, thank you, I was gonna step on it, thank you. Right, so gerontology, and they're not only gonna have paper copies available, but there's the ability to do it by phone. So someone could make a call to a phone number and say, I'd like to fill out the survey. Now, obviously, I hope the entire community wouldn't do that, but for those who can't, or it's inconvenient or they don't have access, there is the ability to do that. They've done this in a lot of other communities, and that's specifically what they're gonna bring, but it's an expertise and it's an expectation that they're gonna have a lot done on paper, which means, and that's one of the reasons why it's gonna take them longer to collate the information, because a lot of it's gonna be done by hand. And they are gonna be reaching out very specifically.
So the group that's gonna be reaching out, where are they gonna get a list of the seniors?
Council on Aging, which is getting it from the town clerk.
And are they calling the seniors, or are you just putting a phone number out there and hopefully the seniors?
Aren't you emailing to every resident in the town?
There's
Mailing
mail
rather.
going out to all residents of the town. It is being talked about through the senior center, through the Council on Aging. It's not starting until September, so there's still a little bit of time. But we're trying to make sure that everybody possible can hear about it. Marilyn Shapley said her goal was to get 100% participation.
That would be wonderful.
That would be quite a goal,
That would
but
be a
to
nice
get,
loud voice for the seniors, because when you opened the meeting tonight, I didn't see a loud voice for the seniors. I saw a chart that showed nobody cared, which isn't.
No, it just reflected the returns that we got. We weren't trying to make any value judgments about what it was. We knew it wasn't representative. That's why she said she looked at demographic, age bucket. I forget the word she used, not age buckets, but she said in these age ranges, even though they might have only represented, like you said, 13% of the responses, this was a top, something was in the top 4. So we were still trying to give even the lower responding categories impacts. And I don't know why they didn't count the 1 over 90. I bet we all know who it was.
She said it was inconsiderate.
So, thank you for thinking of the seniors, keeping them in mind when you go forward, knowing that we don't know a lot about technology. We can't even unpack a computer, set it up and connect it. It's beyond us.
That's why you need Chromebooks. You just take them out and open it up in there, charge
People
stuff.
don't know about that either. I mean,
They
you're
have no
talking
word.
about people 80, 90 years old. They don't. Think about your parents. Think about your parents. Can your parents go buy a TV and a computer and a screen and get all of that to work?
No, I understand. I had to
I
show
set
my mother
mine
what a
up for
QR
mine,
code.
so.
Think about your parents. And
So-
not expecting a senior to know what a QR code is.
No.
That's, who knows?
I think we unfortunately knew and expected the seniors would be underrepresented in the results, which is why, Mark called that out at the very beginning, right? That seniors were probably underrepresented by about half.
Exactly.
And is that common?
That's about a
Did you
quarter of the
ask
population
age in the
and,
park survey or no?
I don't think there was an age.
Right, but that's why we asked the age question also to understand, so if one group, just like with the thing with housing costs, we realized, okay, the people that didn't get a problem probably were lucky enough to buy their house at the right time and didn't view that, so it's just sort of a point of advice to understand, even apart from what.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Just don't push the seniors to the side, because they can't get there and speak for themselves.
You're doing a fine
They
job
don't have the
speaking for.
technology.
Did you have something else to say? Like, we had a brief topic on senior needs follow-up, and we were gonna discuss how Arpa can be used in more immediate ways to improve food quality for seniors and food trucks. Did you have any thoughts of those ideas?
At the senior center, other than maybe a coffee and a donut here and there, or a little tea.
I guess, yeah, maybe Jean should be on this call, so you think, is it, you have said before, I think the meals are the area
The
that.
meals the meals that were delivered to the senior center in the past years, the soups were very good. The tables I sat at, when we had the plate in front of us, it was a joke, like, can we identify?
So it's better when they get things like what they had at the forums with sandwiches or pizza
Yes.
or something
Yeah,
like
you
that.
can get it from Lucci's, you can get it up on Route 28 across from Home Goods, there's a place that has a good reputation. So, yes, you can get food locally and bring it in, but spend the money on them. I mean, we're talking about food, speaking about money, we have a lovely director at the center. Does she have money that she can take and spend?
I assume.
I mean, does she have a budget, or does she have to come hat in hand for every little thing to spend some money, maybe $100, maybe she wants to buy pizzas because she sees a group sitting out underneath the tent, which hasn't been used. I don't know what we're paying for rent on that, but that hasn't been used yet.
We own it. We own the tent, actually.
Huh?
We do own the tent.
Oh, okay, you own the tent.
And to answer your question, there is some money that is under the control of the director of the senior center, and there are additional funds. The Council on Aging meets every month and does allocate some of those funds. Some of the money that we just allocated, of that $900,000, are designated that Elder Services is gonna work to determine some of the best ways to spend that in terms of programs, space, and I'm sure food is gonna be one of those categories also.
You know, we talked about trying to get more men involved. Men like sports. We have a big screen there. You can have a sports night. You can have coffee and donuts for them. Open house. Come and sit and watch the Bruins or the basketball game. Come sit in a cool place. So men like something like that, but they want to be fed. Men want to be fed.
So back to ARPA, I guess you can see like we're getting these huge requests. But I think it's maybe something when we start looking at, okay, if there's leftover money, we already allocated some to the seniors, but this would be between seniors and maybe, I in my mind, I think food pantry, because I think seniors must have issues with grocery prices, just like all of us are
I
having
went shopping the other day. Butter was $5.
Right, so it's something to keep in mind, but we appreciate your perspective on the survey too, because you're one of the seniors who's engaged.
I am engaged. I take classes there. We need more classes. We do need more involvement for the teachers, the seniors, and we definitely need more trips for the seniors.
Sounds
and
like
they could be
Jeannie
local.
has
They
all
don't
that
have
lined
to
up.
be into Boston. We have the North Shore Music Theater. We have the Lynn Auditorium. Down in Medford, there's a theater.
Chevalier,
And in Beverly, there's the Cabin. So you could load up a bus and take seniors to see whatever's being shown there. It's not that we have to go into Boston at a great expense. You could break it down and do it locally. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. I'm sorry you had to wait so
I was
long.
home watching the program and I'm thinking, I didn't like the survey results at all because I know seniors are not represented. So thank you for your time.
Well, thank you, and thank you for waiting it out, and thank you, members.
Did you say you have a budget on the seniors coming up? Did you say you're discussing something about
Well,
food?
this was just the item about food. We had a follow-up, because you were talking food trucks. I don't know if we'll get right to the food trucks about improving food quality from seniors. It was probably responsive to your comments in the previous meeting, and we're hoping the money we allocated, I think, takes care of it, but it's good to keep in mind that even a small amount, even if we have $500 left over, that could be, 25 pizza nights or so. I don't know how much, but some amount of pizza nights.
I understand. I think a food truck is a good idea, not that we have to own it, but we could.
Just have some
company
visit.
come in.
It could be an activity seniors would want to come to see. And we
Right.
can't
And
control that, but we could fund it, maybe.
Right. And 4th of July is coming up. What's being planned for the 4th of July for the seniors? Is there a barbecue? I don't know if you're old enough to remember, but when Jane Burns was there, we had a 4th of July barbecue and we closed off the street. The police close off the street, and tables and chairs were set up outside. And the barbecue was done under a tent. They had the barbecue grills, I'm sure it was all volunteers. And we had hot dogs and hamburgers. It was a good time.
Maybe not for 4th of July, maybe by Labor Day there'll be something now that Jane has the money. But that's a good, I know Jane Burns, I remember when she was.
And she's up in North Andover now, but that did happen under her. But here, 4th of July is a big holiday, so you're saying there was nothing planned for seniors for?
I can't speak to that personally, I don't know,
I think
I'm
that,
just was
so
saying.
the council and the center, so one of the things that the money that we just allocated is being used for is now, they're trying to hire a full-time person, they're trying to hire a volunteer coordinator so that they can handle more things. Because right now, all the folks there are
Yes,
maxed.
yes, they are maxed, they are too. And I hope you hire someone soon, so we don't lose the people who are there. But what are the levels that people, say like our new director, how many levels does she have to go through to get funding?
One,
One level?
Council on Aging. So we had a Council on Aging meeting on Tuesday night, and we went through her requests for July and August, all of which were approved, and that's it, they're done.
Okay.
Spend,
All
do
right,
it.
thank you for your time.
All right, thank you,
Let's
Mrs.
get ready.
DiBenedetto.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I just have 2 takeaways from that is, A, the location of the survey should be different from Mark's survey, not behind the desk like she mentioned, so
I
it
know,
should
I
be
know,
somewhere
it
else.
was hard in the library when I put
And
big
then-
words, take survey.
And then B is, she applied for the Council on Aging, for the VAS committee.
Okay, well, that sounds like
Already
she's a good
interviewed, so,
person.
yes.
Okay, so this was our closing time and we still have a couple of agenda items, but I think with my chart in the end, Jackie, can you scroll to my spreadsheet? And I know it's a lot of words, but this is kind of a review of where we are. Because, and it includes everything tonight, other than maybe I didn't put the amount that we voted on, it has been altered. So if we start, I guess it's page like 35 of the packet or something, Jackie? 31, I'm sorry. So I just want to remind us all where we are because, and also the public, because we're gonna have to do some tough prioritization. So on this first table, I went through everything we had and kind of just reminded us what we've allocated, what we've gotten. And you'll notice there's a big blank, even though this is an important category, I think, which is various human services initiatives. That was you may recall in one of our early meetings, Sharon Engstrom and Victor Santiello had a memo with, okay, it would be nice if we could do rent assistance, domestic violence, nutrition assistance. They didn't give us a number. And we can assign a number at another time. This is also in case you think I've forgotten something major. So I tried to say, well, all of the town side requests, some of them we've granted, right? We have our 650 for water rate. There's still, if I have the number right, like 1.35 million water and sewer reserves. And now that we've seen the survey results, we can look and say, okay, yep, we've, the survey results maybe didn't say human services initiatives in particularly by itself, but the intent might be there in some of the answers. So I just wanted you to see where we were with all of the town requests that we've gotten from town departments. And I guess, I'm wondering, conservation is it was Conservation Commission, because conservation is my Psalms land, that might be engineering. So if we go to the next slide, Jackie, I lumped 2 things together. Schools was just by itself, and that's kind of easy and done, and I think we can feel happy about our decision, our vote earlier, because it was ranked highly across all age groups. And then this is my best understanding with town boards. So some of them were small, and I put the top number for town forest committee, and we may or may not go in that direction. But that's where that stands. And can you go to the next slide, Jackie? And this was the topic we just discussed. And I know I called it unions and it didn't cover all the employees. And I started with those big numbers that I came with 750, then 728, then 4638. I said, well, the police, fire, dispatch were requesting 7281 per employee. And I said, if I moved that to all of the employees I think we have, it gets to be a large number, and probably, I know that would be unrealistic, but then I started scaling it and dividing it by more and more employees. So if you look at the column under comments all the way in yellow, that starts getting closer to what we were discussing earlier, but that's an equal distribution. For example, I said if we started with 750,000, the original number the police and fire asked, which was a little bit less than 10%, and I came up with 802 employees by counting approximately 600 school employees. I think it's the closer numbers like 580, and then 100 each for the other two groups. And as Mr. Tyrone was here earlier, there's other people who aren't in unions who worked all the time. So maybe this 800 number is good, maybe it's too low. But you can see we would get to 935 per employee just sticking with the 10%. If we went lower, like 10% of what's remaining for 380, I came up with, a little under $500, 473 per employee. And this is not a commitment, this is just thinking through what money would we have and where would it go and just where we are. And if you'll notice, I hadn't talked about it, I tried to map right before comments all of these asks to our survey questions without knowing what the survey results would be. And then the next slide, Jackie, is just, these are the really small requests. I kind of expected more to come in, which is just, I call it the 3 private requests. Technically, Garden Club is a private entity, I believe, and then we have the Rotary and the Chamber of Commerce. It's just a reminder of what they are. But it's interesting because they fit into, like, the improving commercial opportunities came up high, so the Chamber kind of aligns with that. The Garden Club obviously goes with nature. The Rotary's kind of in between, but I know the last comment's important because basically they're asking for money to pay our police detail and fire detail, so the money comes back to the town in a way. The next slide, Jackie, this was something I added, my vice chair recommended, reminded me, we have RAC committee suggestions. So I didn't put all of our suggestions because a lot of them were already covered. I took out all the school ones, for example. So I tried to look through a list. I took out my cemetery garage thing. Sorry, Bill. I just think in the scheme of what we have left, 1 million for a cemetery garage is not gonna fit in this year. So Mark, you put in 2.75 million for bleachers in the field house, which is on the capital plan. So I did a lot of computation subtracting that because I think that's another one that would probably not be, that's not what ARPA is there for. So Mark had, put in, I think you had 500 for affordable housing revamp, food pantry support, which kind of overlaps maybe with what Sharon and Victor said, electric vehicle pilot. I think it was sidewalks, trees, I think, I'm not sure who said that, whether it was you or someone else, that was the amount. Farmers market feasibility study. Chris, you never gave me a dog park number, but I looked up in Framingham who just funded a dog park and that's the number. So if you wanted that.
I believe Meadow was working on a grant.
A grant, so that's good. And
But don't
Joe's,
take it off yet.
no, but this is just letting, what we suggested. Even taking apart bleachers, floor at Fieldhouse, this is still $1 million worth of stuff. And that's just us, the town came up with lots more. And Joe, I think you had more work on Lot 5 in the town forest, and I know we got some grants, and I wasn't sure if this was an addition, but I just put that there because I didn't trust my notes. So now we go to the last page, and this is the page that this is gonna remind us of what we're gonna be doing in the difficult work. So I added up all of the requests, including just, I call it, if all of the unions got the huge amount, and it's $13 million. And I'm just gonna ignore the blue for now, which is rack ideas, rack ideas with and without bleachers. If we start moving down to the second and third yellow blocks, version 2 unions and version 3 unions. Version 2 is we take $750K, and I'll just forget unions, just call it essential workers. I did union. That's still adding up to 8 million in requests. If we cut the 750 in half for essential workers, it's 7.7 million. And again, per my little column in the middle there, we've allocated 3.8, we have 3.8. So at a bare minimum, and now we have 3.7 something, because we just, assuming select board votes, that we just allocated some to conservation. So we're gonna have to make some very tough choices if we have basically 7.5 million of outstanding requests, and we have less than half of that money. So that's just, does anyone have any thoughts? I know I kind of babbled through it, I know what I meant when I did this, but I just wanted to remind us of everything that's been asked. Go ahead, Sean.
Tom was
Tom.
first, I do want, I'll go after.
First of all, thank you for putting it out, and I like the way that you laid out the, when we had the request and when we heard the presentation, when we voted and all that kind of fun stuff, so, ultimate transparency. I think I asked this before, I don't know, Fidel, if you know the answer. How much of the public health 250 was actually spent, and how much would be potentially available to come back the pot?
Oh, that's a good point.
I had heard that we didn't come anywhere close to spending the 250,000.
Because he only wanted 80 and we gave him 250.
Yeah, it was 80 that was asked for, and it was up to the select board meeting, but we haven't come close to spending that amount, so I'm curious as we look at this.
Yeah, so we have spent just the initial purchase of test kits. So it's roughly I think $90,000 at this point.
And
it was 88.
Do we know that? Do we have a belief that we want to keep that reservation right now? Do we have an idea of when it might be potentially coming back?
I think it's really hard to answer that question, right? I mean, I think it's hard. I think if I think what's really good for us right now is that the state is providing test kits, right? We no longer have the supply chain issue at the moment, right? But it's hard. I mean,
The feds aren't gonna provide them anymore, I heard too.
The COVID is not over, right? I mean, I think in a year maybe, right? But we don't know if there's another wave coming. We don't know. I mean, is my answer.
Well, the other thing too is, I mean, we don't have to sell select board by September, I suppose. We may not our charter may not last beyond it, but we don't have to spend all 3 years of ARPA by September either. We could recommend a first, we don't have to use up every dollar, and we could save some, and this could come back.
September, that was it.
Right,
water tower
oh, well,
was
that
the
was,
only
I
reason.
think,
Any other time sensitive things.
Yeah. But I mean, I guess where I was going with that is that some of this, and we already committed to it as a school perspective too, if we give money back, if we get another grant or something like that, then, some of this might be a matter of, as we start to tune this, it's not that even that 3.8 is hard and fast, right? There could be, 150,000 there could be, if we get another 200,000 grant, there could be 200,000 on the school side, there could be other ways. So where my point is that as we think through this and as we come to the final recommendation, I think there's gonna be a final recommendation that hits the target now or gets pretty close to the target now, and then there's gonna be that next tier of if something else comes back or if money becomes available, that this is the next tier of recommendation type thing. And I don't think,
for example, and I'm not saying this about rec, we could hit rec's first priority, if we get money back, you can do parking lot, and I'm not telling you that, but that's an example. That was an easily dividable request.
that or even some of the smaller ones, right? It could be Rotary, it could be, who knows what it is. But, as we think about it from a priority perspective, it's
Just a lot of things came in still that felt like they could be budget items or should have been budget items. I don't know if anyone else in the committee had that feeling, especially some of the conservation things this evening.
I have a comment, but Sean's next.
Yeah, I mean, there's always more things we theoretically could pay for in the budget that we don't have enough money for, right? So I think that's gonna be true of everything other than the private organizations coming in probably.
And also, premium pay to essential workers never really comes out of the budget, that's kind of the unique thing
Yeah.
for ARPA.
Well, yeah, but it could. I mean, town meeting could decide to allocate $1 million to premium pay. There's no reason you couldn't budget it out of town budget. So, so two things. One is, I agree with, I think, Tom, where you were going. I think we should come out of this not only with a recommendation for how to get to 7.6, but a recommendation for the next 250 or 300,000 or 400,000 tranche, of things to recognize that there may be other dollars that come back on some of these. And then the second thing was I just want to be careful with the framing on one thing here. I don't think we should position the Rotary costs as like money coming back to the town. Like, we're not running that as a profit center. That's overtime that's being paid out to police and DPW and others. So
It was just a factor to remember that when we pay that, we're actually subsidizing the payment of town employees with that money, I guess.
we are, but we're actually incurring additional expenses for town employees because it's not like it's 25,000 towards what we would already be paying them. They're making more because they're doing police details, for instance, to cover that event, right? So it's not, we shouldn't think of that 25,000 as, it's coming back to us as revenue per se.
Oh, no, I wasn't meaning it like that. That was just,
Yeah.
that was a note that they said when they asked for it, so I put that here.
Yeah, I mean, and from their perspective, it's a fair point, right? That's, they're asking for a little help with the town to subsidize some of the costs that the town the town requires them to incur. But from our perspective, it's not like spend 25 to get 25. It's spend 25 to pay for 25 in expenses that we're incurring as a result of that event as well. So I just wanted to sort of make that delineation.
So go ahead, Mark.
So if I could make 3 points. One, your question, do some members feel like some of these feel like they could be or should be budget items? Yes, I absolutely agree. I think that is the situation with some of these, and that will factor into our deliberations, for sure. Number two, the notion here on some of the RAC committee suggestions. I'm going to take, for example, the affordable housing revamp. I'm not comfortable kind of thinking of that as a different class. I think that very much should be in our discussions. I think it certainly fits in terms of what Victor and Sharon had brought up also. Same thing with the food pantry.
Well, then maybe those could match up. You gave numbers gave color to their thing. I mean, that's just, this is just how it came in, so.
Yeah, no, I'm in agreement, and first of all, thank you for doing this, just to be clear. This was quite the effort and
Oh, no, because
fantastic and helpful.
our next step has to be
Yes.
planning a meeting to plan a rubric, okay, because now we're gonna apply, how did this come out on the survey, how many people does this benefit? And that's gonna be a whole night.
Absolutely, and what I was gonna suggest further is that I'm happy on some of the items that are here where one of us was the sponsor, maybe me in many cases, and it didn't have kind of another sponsor to kind of relook that list, carve into them. It's kind of the way we've been doing with people and saying, well, how much do you really need, now? And make some modification to this. So for example, you brought up bleachers and floor at the field house. That's gonna have to be capital item, in my opinion,
Right.
unless other people disagree. So that can come off this list pretty quickly, and I think that will help just clean things up.
Oh, yeah, no, this is a starting point, I wanted to know, that's why I printed out all of our agendas, so let me add this all up and,
Yep. And let me just make the third point. I agree with the comments we're talking about in terms of kind of the sum approach, SOME, sum approach. It may be that we look at some of the items and decide to fund some of it now, and the option can be to come back to it if we in fact have more money
assuming
later down the road.
it's something that you can only get part of, for
Yeah.
example, like the bike, you don't get them part of a bike rack, and I know that was a small one, it's either bike rack or not bike
Small
rack.
You can pour the concrete pad and then people can put their bikes on top of it. Yeah.
But let's get the holes made.
Yeah, let's get the holes ahead of time, yeah.
We can have people, we can sell sponsorships to carve the names in the cement of the bike path.
Though, they do that in a lot of places where you buy the brick for the walkway, I mean.
I don't know if people value the bike parking as much as they do say Fenway, right? Maybe.
You're selling yourself short here. You never know. There's gonna be a joke and someone ponies up $500.
So, Jackie, can you
You're a little punchy, I think.
can you show that chart that I sent you this afternoon, the
Listen, I got
the
lots
two-
of volunteer ideas
So,
in the pipeline.
Just after I did this, I wanted to compare this to how we were. Remember I had the pie chart in the beginning? So I wanted to put this into a pie chart, and I know the numbers aren't exact, the colors aren't a perfect match. And I can probably read it better in my eyes because I stink at Excel, and I'm sorry. But thank you, that's a little better. So originally, my fonts trying to put this together, my fonts got crushed. We had thought, when we did our proposals, we came up, just to see how close we were or not close, 45% of capital and what I called capital projects, and now it's something like 25%. I'm gonna have to bring my own chart up because I cannot read that. And,
Got it here.
okay, and thank you. And schools, we had originally put in, at the time, we didn't know it would be 2 million, 12%. And now the school's actual is 24.6%. Recreation is interesting. It's much higher than we all put in for. We put in recreation ideas that were 8% of our ARPA funding, and the actuals coming in are 21%. Nature came in higher. Nature, I'm surprised, I probably would have to recategorize nature, and I still think because I felt like all we heard tonight was nature. But nature ideas, we had 8% of all of our ideas, and it was 4.4% of our total requests. And the seniors were not too different. Seniors, we had all proposed, I think it was more Mark's idea, 16%, and what's been allocated, it's the 900K is 11.1%. So I think we didn't have essential workers, which is now an almost 10% number there. And the private community priorities, we thought more would come in, and they're rather low. I think we had it came in as close. Miscellaneous community priorities, our original guess was 2%, and they've come in at 1.75%. So I just thought, 1 second to say, we weren't completely crazy with our own ideas and breakdown.
Yeah, but they were a serious wild ass guess at that point in time.
Right, but, and then the survey.
You can swear after 11 now, Tom.
Sorry.
Just give the public confidence.
They were swag.
Tom's tired,
Okay.
Tom's had a long week.
All right, so the future agenda items, we don't have to hash them all out now, but I think we have to come up with, I don't know if we have to take that vote or whether select board can vote. That urgent $4,500 survey to not lose the conservation land? Fidel may have something to say about that.
I do have something to say. If it's okay with the board, I would propose that we push it to the select board on the 28th meeting without a formal endorsement. I mean,
We can't vote because it's not we're not noted.
It's tiny.
Yeah,
And it's already been put on our agenda.
Okay, that's good. So I just wanted to make sure that wasn't forgotten.
Thank you.
So
I mean, you could take the sense of the committee. You don't have to take a formal vote.
okay, so informally,
Just cough.
informally, thumbs up if you like the 4,500. This isn't a vote. I have a thumbs up. You can just randomly, so I think we all know it's kind of a no-brainer, and plus it's free land, so that was, if nothing else, we accomplished that tonight. We accomplished a lot. So,
Just quickly, this is really good. I'm just jumping ahead to process though. Do you think we have enough information here to like even do prioritization within categories or rank order? I'm just trying to figure out how we get to the next step. You know what I mean? Like how.
well, I think we wanna establish our, what are the standards we're gonna go by, and we can't decide that now, but we need time to say that. And so, let me just start a new page because that'll be easier. So standards, but also, do we need more information from anything? And maybe that's everybody's homework or something to say, do you, tell me what you personally, is there something in this big chart I don't know enough about yet that I don't feel comfortable voting? I mean, is that what you mean?
Yeah, or just item by item, if we were actually gonna go through and start saying like, okay, we're gonna piece out certain items or prioritize some higher or lower, I don't know, do we have enough information among us to do that? Or do we have to like break it out by sections, you know, and make sure we have representatives from like the town or recreation, I don't know.
Well, I think that having them here is they had their piece to speak to us. We
Okay.
have a survey, we have a total amount of money, we know some time-sensitive things. I mean, I feel like we could look at something and say, how much of the town does this benefit? It's kind of that kind of question, remember you had those?
Yeah, we could do metrics like that, depending on how far we're gonna go.
I think we could spend 10 more meetings trying to come up with a set of criteria.
Oh, no, I wanna do it in like a half hour at a future meeting.
I don't wanna do it at all. Here's what I wanna suggest.
Okay.
What I wanna suggest is, I think we have enough information. I think we could, I think there's gonna be more overlap than not in terms of some of the priorities, given the discussion and some of the conversation that we've had. We could come back in the next meeting with each of us having a proposal for how would you spend the 7.6 with all the information that we have now, right? What would that look like? And let's see where the overlap is and narrow down the discussion set so that we're only talking about the things where there's a lot of debate, right? If we all put, whatever.
Dog park.
Dog park. If we all put dog park at the top of the list to fully fund it at whatever the
250 or zero.
thank you, then let's set aside 250 as part of the, and it doesn't mean we can't go back to it, but let's set that aside and not be debating the dog park, right? So, I mean, that would be my suggestion, is that we all put together a proposal, each of us puts together a proposal.
I think we may come up with similar rankings in different money. That's the hard thing.
That's the point, but let's see where those disagreements are,
Okay.
right?
That's a great next level.
So then we'll have homework.
Yeah.
And it's not gonna be for a couple of weeks, maybe 3 weeks, calendar will be next. So that, I don't know if we have any more groups that need to come speak to us. I mean, that can be, things can come in, something came in Sunday, like when I heard from the teachers and secretaries, so I'll leave open with that, but I think we can't tell the public, okay, no more inputs after this date, because things will come up, but
Based on what we have at this point.
do we agree that by the end of the summer, we'd like to have a deliverable to the select board of our recommendations? That's what we're definitely, right, sunset, so. So we're gonna work, we won't get to it necessarily in the next meeting, but that would be a real working meeting to get close to it. So now we get to the date of the next meeting and we start getting into everybody's vacations and select board times, and I know 2 weeks from tonight, I have a FinCom meeting, so I cannot do that. Because we are here at the 15th, and June 29th is a FinCom meeting, June 28th is a select board meeting. I don't know, and is June 30th a school committee meeting probably?
No, we will not have school committee meeting on June 30th.
That's right before a holiday
We
weekend.
have a lot of people out of town that week, but
Right,
I'm away, but I can attend remotely if needed, and it's my birthday.
I'm away and will not attend remotely because it will be something like 4 a.m. where I'm gonna be, so.
okay, and I know I'm away in July, so if we pick the next meeting, and I think if we said after the 4th, and let me get to July and my calendar here, July 4th is a Monday.
I mean, usually that whole
July
week
6th?
heavy about vacation week for folks, right?
Yeah, I mean, people are gonna be different.
I wouldn't schedule anything in the fourth week like that.
Okay, so the week of the 11th to the 15th is better for me because I'm going away the 20th of July, 20th to 27th, so I don't know, can we tentatively say it's July 13th? And whoever can make it, can make it?
It's
Maybe
my
we only
birthday.
meet, what?
That's my birthday, but.
Oh, okay, well, we'll have.
No, we can do it. Yeah, I'd love to spend it with you guys though.
Oh.
July 14th is a school committee meeting, so.
Fidel will bring over the leftover Dippin' Dots from the
Well,
select board retreat.
What about
No, seriously,
July-
you could do the 13th. It's not a big deal.
What about
So-
July 12th? Because July 19th I know is a select board meeting, what about July 12th? Then we give you your birthday off, Tuesday.
If you have to, 13th's fine, don't worry.
No, it's.
We have a meeting at the PAC at 12, on the 12th. A public meeting regarding public health affordable housing.
Oh,
Wildwood Road.
okay. July 11th? Is that, Andrew, is there a Bolt meeting? Board of Library Trustees meeting on July 11th?
You're muted, Andrew.
That's usually when we would be meeting. We just voted on the calendar for next year, so I haven't put it in yet, but that's.
July 14th, other than
14th is
Basti,
the school committee meeting.
school committee.
So we're back to the birthday, back to Joe's birthday.
Or,
Yeah.
or
I think we're going with the bird.
July 18th.
We'll let
Say
you
we
pick the
only
first
met
thing you
once
find.
during
How about
July.
that?
Yeah. I'm on vacation the following week, so if you, seriously, just do the 13th, because I'll be celebrating more on the weekend than during the week, so.
Good answer.
July 13th, July 13th, and I'm gonna write down
And
Joe
that's more mature
birthday
than my
though,
9-year-old
because then
in
we
that
have to do something about that though.
Bring a cake in.
Well, I don't think we're gonna be here that night till 11:15 either, if
want
that's the. Okay,
Don't take up somebody that says, I'm making a bet like that, never.
so I don't know about another meeting in July because I'm not available at the 20th to the 27th, and even if I worked around it, I wouldn't be making an agenda. I'd wanna make an agenda before the 20th for like the following week, the 28th.
Real quick,
Go ahead.
select board needs to
Adjourn.
adjourn. Karen left the meeting.
Oh.
And Jackie left a while ago, so.
Okay, so I think therefore we are adjourned, but we'll take a vote. So can I have a motion?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay.
All those in favor?
So maybe, do we think meeting only once during July is probably okay, unless there's some emergency? Then I know you're going away in August.
I mean, yeah, I think it's up to the committee as a whole. I mean,
You're around the first week of August, though,
I'm
aren't
around
you?
the first week. I'm
So we
around
could do-
the second.
So we could do the first week of August maybe?
3rd.
August 3rd, so July 13th and August, so that's a good spacing.
Yeah.
And then we'll see where we are.
Yeah, I mean, 3 weeks after that, people theoretically will be back in town and real life starts again, so.
Yeah, and hopefully there won't
I'm
be.
gone very late August.
I am too, actually, the last, now that I think about it, yeah.
Obviously, it feels so far away. So I think the last thing is minutes. If I have a future topic and I'll have Jackie remind everybody come back with your rankings for July 13th.
Marianne, would you like us to submit them a little bit ahead of time and so we can put them into a table and sort of make?
I don't wanna violate open meeting law, we
Send
can
them-
submit to
Send them
Fidel.
to Fidel.
Yeah.
Send
Jackie.
Fidel and Jackie and, yep.
Yeah.
It's kinda
So-
like a review, it has to go.
So maybe,
Central
should it
place
be,
in there.
anyone do their own format, or do we wanna have a standard form that everyone can fill things in, or just,
Maybe
everyone can
Jackie's,
just write it as,
maybe she sends out a spreadsheet,
Jackie
and we just
says that-
update, like a blank
It's
spreadsheet.
a very simple
Like the-
template.
okay.
Yeah.
Cause I can come up with something too to send to Jackie. Okay, so,
But just so I'm following like the homework
Have a
though,
month.
it's the 3.8 million, we're just going to spend that. Prioritize, is that what
I guess,
We've already
were we,
spent 3.8 million, it's the leftover
Yeah.
3.8.
so,
That's
and the
what I
thing
meant,
is,
like,
you could
just like
also,
the-
as part of your ranking, say, I'm gonna spend all this and leave 300K unspent, or like, you could also say, I don't wanna spend it all, and that's your choice, right?
Yeah, okay.
And leave
So
some,
we are only doing up to 3.8 million.
we don't have more than that.
Up to the
No, I'm
total.
just saying-
We're doing up to the total.
I'm
so
saying we're not doing the whole
3.8%.
7 million thing again because we.
No, cause we've spent
Yeah.
some, and don't forget, we spent 77K, assuming the select board votes,
Well, we spent, 90, 80,
77 plus 4.5,
Right.
yeah.
Technically, well, we didn't, but
Probably.
the select board will spend 81.5.
Right, so taking that into account.
Move to approve the minutes of May 24th.
Second.
Can I
Okay.
have a minor suggestion?
Oh, well, maybe not yet, then,
Yeah,
no, what's
so
your
it's-
suggestion?
Under topics of discussion, the select board chair Mark Doxer called the meeting to order at 7:03. It should say call the select board to order at 7:03.
Okay, Jackie, did you get that?
Page 1, right on topics of discussion, select board chair Mark Doxer called the select board.
So it's like right at the start of the minutes, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, that looks good. Are we ready to take a vote? And I'll start with our gentleman on remote. I see Andrew,
Yes. Whatever.
Yep, that's fine. I don't
All in
see,
favor?
Jeff's there.
Jeff, I don't see your face, but I'll take your voice.
Yes.
Chris,
Yay.
Tom,
Abstain, it was in here.
oh, right. Now, well, we have to record that anyway. Joe,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
Mark,
Yes.
Mary Ann, yes. Any more motions?
I will give you a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay. Jeff,
Yes.
Andrew,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Mark,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
Chris,
Yay, yay.
Mary Ann, yes. We are adjourned.
Ouch.
Come on.